Mayor Troopman, Vice Mayor Samari, Commissioner Tudor,
Here.
To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I would like to advise the Commission about item 8G before they vote on it. So just for that reason, I would ask that 8G be moved so there can be a discussion on that item first. Correct.
To 12A. Okay. I like to have. Oh, I'm sorry. I like to temporarily have a discussion on temporarily suspending the Charter Review Board until we have a new commissioner put in January. We're going to have 2 new commissioners put on there, so I think we should have a discussion to suspend that. Somebody told me I had to have something written. Then they have to put it in the deletions and additions.
Which item number?
This is for, it's not an item, it's the Charter Review Board. I want to suspend it until January because we're going to be having 2 new commissioners on there. Since the commissioners appoint the charter members, we need to be fair to the 2 new commissioners that are coming in, that they might want to keep the same members or they might want to bring in their own members.
So your motion is to add an item on the agenda that wasn't noticed to be heard today, an action item for the commission.
Have a discussion. Okay.
So it's just to be clear, what your motion is, it's to just have a discussion, not to take a vote on anything, just to open the floor to discussion.
The discussion and possibly to vote on it to suspend the charter.
There's nothing improper about you adding a discussion item that wasn't noticed, but if it's an item for commission action, there's no notice for that.
It's done all the time. We add stuff to the agenda to have a discussion. We do this all the time.
Right, and there's nothing improper about adding that to discuss tonight if that's what you wish to do. But if the commission wants to take action on it tonight, that would be improper.
No, I don't agree. I don't agree.
I mean, can we at least have the discussion on the item?
We could discuss the item, but if the commission is not going to talk about suspending the item, then we're just going to have the Charter Review Board meet, tomorrow or the next day, and then the next commission meeting, they're not going to be able to pick their own people. I mean, it doesn't make sense. So if you're talking about you want to suspend it at the next commission meeting, fine, we'll do that. I mean, but everybody's telling me that we're in a rush to get this done, which I don't think we are now that we have 2 commissioners no longer on, and we're going to have 2 new commissioners on it. That I don't think we really need to change it. Okay. I'm making a motion to put this on the. Would you interrupt me, Madam Mayor, please? Okay. The commission is the one that appointed the Charter Review Board. We had 1 member of the Charter Review Board that resigned, and as I am the person that appointed that individual, I was able to pick. It happened to be the person that was the alternate. Okay, so I'm putting an item for discussion, yes. Okay, no, there's no problem. Then we'll put it for January, and then we're going to have to just put it on the agenda to suspend it in January. So that means you're going to have a meeting in the next couple of days. That's going to basically, if the board is going to be suspended, then why are you going to have a meeting? No, we'll have the discussion now, because I want it on the record. Okay, 8C. Okay. 12B. 12A is the other one. Until we get it, until the new commission is seated, correct? Okay. 8C, I want to have removed until we have a full commission. And one of the things that maybe the attorney can answer this question for me that has to do with this item is, okay. Yeah, I want to pull 8C until okay. I want, okay. Right. Okay, the ordinance 9A, want to move that for discussion, but I really want to postpone that until a certain date, January 14th. Okay, put it. No, if I postpone to a certain date, January 14th, it becomes legal. You don't have to re-advertise. There's 3 commissioners sitting on this thing. I just made a motion to remove 9A and postpone it to a certain date, January 14th. (9B), same thing. Remove it until we have a full commission. Discussion to remove it until we have a full commission. Now, this is why we need a full commission, because it doesn't seem to we can get anything done here. Okay, that's it.
I just have a question. So to confirm, new business is now 12A, the fee waiver request, 12B, and the mutual aid agreement with, right, and C. Thank you.
No.
Excuse me, that's not in reference to an ordinance. This is not in reference to an ordinance. She's speaking in reference to the whistleblower, which is 11A. It's not. No, I have no problem.
We have to accept
I'll make a motion to accept the agenda as amended.
Second. Yes.
Aye.
None.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, Manager. It is a privilege to come and speak to you today. My name is Marie Pericles. I'm an Assistant Legal Counsel with the Office of the Inspector General for Miami-Dade County. And I am here to answer any questions that you may have about the Municipal Employee Protection Ordinance, which the county passed in an effort to assist municipalities to enable protections for their employees who want to do the next right thing and ensure that their government is accountable, transparent, and that they have some protection when they report any misconduct. I, as a member of the Office of the Inspector General, can tell you that we rely heavily on the employee protection ordinances that the county has passed. And the county has made many amendments to ensure that any employee that comes forward with information has the protection of confidentiality and has the protections against retaliation that are provided by the ordinance. The goal of the Municipal Employee Protection Ordinance is to set a minimum standard for municipalities to give you a template, if you will. And part of that is that the Office of the Inspector General for the county will be able to help setting up the processes in order for you to intake complaints. Will help you set up the processes and procedures for intaking of any complaints and give you a template for how to conduct your investigations. The county's Commission on Ethics will similarly assist in setting up any processes to handle any complaints of retaliation that may result from an employee coming forward with information. So I don't know if you have any specific questions of me.
There was, I think at the last commission meeting, there was a concern about the cost, that they claimed that they read about the $82,000. Could you explain exactly what the cost was in reference to us?
I'm not exactly sure where the $82,000 figure came from. I can tell you, because I was involved in assisting this ordinance take place, that we had to, the Office of the Inspector General, as well as the Commission on Ethics, had to prepare a fiscal impact for the county to consider before they passed the ordinance. Because our office and the Office of the Commission on Ethics will be providing assistance and will have some involvement with municipalities who decide to adopt this ordinance, we had to, as a county, present to our Board of County Commissioners any fiscal impact that may have on our department, on our office. As amended, the initial legislation was amended, and as passed, what you have before you, the fiscal impact was really nothing. It was determined by the Office of the Inspector General that at this time we could handle any assistance with the resources that we have, and that we would, of course, advise the Board of County Commissioners should a large number of municipalities decide to adopt the ordinance, which would put us in a different position. But as far as I know, and I can tell this commission, we did not examine any fiscal impact to the municipalities. We were really concerned with the fiscal impact it would have on our office and the Office of the Commission on Ethics.
For a municipality that opts into the program, what would be typically the infrastructure that would have to be put in place for handling the reporting requirements and such?
Right, and that is what we would be kind of assisting you setting up that process. There has to be a way to log in complaints, because at the end of every year, you have to provide the Office of the Inspector General with a list of complaints and the disposition. We don't want any, and the ordinance states, due to the confidentiality, we don't need any particulars, but you do need to have a system to track your complaints, log in your complaints. Obviously, there has to be a way for you to sift through them and determine whether those complaints should be investigated, and then follow through on those investigations. And that is what, once you investigate something, it could go nowhere, it could go somewhere. It really depends. It's hard to define in the abstract. On the other side of it, if an employee that has given information somehow they are found out and they are retaliated against, then at that point, there would also have to be a process for that employee to file a complaint of retaliation. There would be, the municipality would have to provide a hearing by an independent panel, and that the ordinance itself, the county ordinance, sets those minimum standards. Of course, the village can always enhance those, but the county ordinance sets the minimum standards. So there does have to be a procedure to review the complaints of retaliation and the relief that that employee might be entitled to as well.
Because one of the things I was thinking about with smaller municipalities, for example, with us, for example, in the office, we're talking about, well, in the office, yeah. So with the small personnel that we have, I probably wouldn't feel comfortable unless we actually budgeted, hired an individual to handle the whistleblower complaints and the avenues for us, and made that person basically, kind of a charter officer hired by the commission. Because with a small, I mean, is that one thing that y'all look into with smaller municipalities with a small staff? How do you keep that, provide that protection for an individual? Because you can't have a manager or handling these types of things, because more often than not, those are going to be the individuals that might maybe having an issue with. So how do you foresee us, our smaller municipalities doing that? Would it be budgeting and hiring an additional body to come in and handle those resources?
I really can't speak to how you would handle that, but I can tell you, for example, that there are investigations that come to, for example, the police. The police chief is could be a designated individual because they have the capability to conduct investigations, and because they also have the experience of handling confidential material and confidential information. So that could be an avenue, but again, I don't know the specifics of your commission and your situation.
Now, for municipalities that don't opt in, what type of protection do employees have?
The state law provides whistleblower protection. The state law has very specific procedures for the reporting of information and for the investigations of both the substantive wrongdoing that the individual is complaining about or disclosing, and for the investigations of retaliations. However, when it comes to local governments, and that be the county or municipalities, the state law provides that if the municipality enacts an ordinance and establishes a procedure for a hearing that is exactly what is in the county ordinance, then that would be the procedure. Or if the municipality does not enact an ordinance, then the only avenue for an individual would be a civil lawsuit.
Do you know what municipalities have opted in to the program?
At this time, I do not believe, I do not know. I don't have that information. I really can't say.
Okay. Yeah, because it'll be good for us to, if there's another municipality that's already opted in and maybe have laid the foundation to see how that municipality is handling it, what they actually did to implement it. But that's the only questions I have.
Correct. Well, we really track the state law. That is the state law. So that is what the county did. They tracked the state law.
I have a question, if I may. How would your office handle public records once you close an investigation? because, as you said, it tracks with the state law, and the statute of limitations for a state whistleblower claim is, I think it's 4 years. So with respect to public records, if your office does an investigation, once the investigation closes, those documents become public records. And we don't get the benefit of litigation privilege in that instance unless and until the whistleblower decides to file suit. So how does your office, what's the policy with respect to handling public records for municipalities who opt in?
Okay, I'm not sure I understand exactly what your focus is, but I can tell you that confidentiality of the person that disclosed information is under state law confidential, and under the ordinance confidential even after an investigation is closed. Once an investigation is closed, the remainder of the information would be a public record, but the name or identity of the person that provided the information would remain confidential.
Okay, because, I mean, we can talk about this more when the item comes up, but thank you. Thank you.
No, it's my pleasure. Thank you very much.
Can you please thank?
I definitely will, and her apologies for not being here. She was in another meeting that ran very late.
Thank you.
All comments must be addressed to the Commission as a body and not to individuals. Any person making impertinent or slanderous remarks or who becomes boisterous while addressing the Commission shall be barred from further audience before the Commission by the presiding officer, unless permission to continue or again address the Commission is granted by the majority vote of the Commission members present. No clapping, applauding, heckling, or verbal outbursts in support or in opposition to a speaker or his or her remarks shall be permitted. No signs or placards shall be allowed in the Commission chambers. Please mute or turn off your cell phone or pager at the start of the meeting. Failure to do so may result in being barred from the meeting. Persons exiting the chamber shall do so quietly.
Linda Dillon.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Commissioners, staff. Judy Hamelberg and I are here this evening to respectfully ask permission from the Commission to host a Meet the Candidates night for our special election. We would like to have the meeting on December the 19th, which is a Thursday evening at the Rec Center. And we would respectfully ask that the fees to rent the building be waived as they were when we did this the last time and the time before.
We truly believe that we have many people who are trying to be a part of our city government that people don't necessarily know, and this gives an opportunity for there to be presented question and answers, as well as afterwards open conversation with the candidates. And we really think it's critical for people to have that opportunity to meet people before, especially where the elections are happening right after the holiday. It's going to be very hard for people to get out and have your family holidays and still be able to knock on doors. So we think this is critical for the village at this time, and we're really hoping you'll support us in this. There'll be no other expenses to the village. We'll cover for everything, the food, the coffee, and everything else. Thank you.
Bob Anderson.
Bob Anderson, 11th Place, 119th Street. This resolution on, it's 8F, Resolution 2019-32. When that comes up on the agenda, I'd like to hear a full discussion on that. Exactly what is it? and why is this on the agenda? Thank you.
Dan Keith.
Good evening. I would like to express how disappointed I am in my government regarding the lost opportunity to create a comprehensive, cohesive landscape and the site design for the Village Hall grounds. Although some may say that the recent landscaping installed around the new Village Hall building is a great improvement, I totally disagree. While replacement of the poorly designed original landscaping was necessary, the new landscape is a step backwards, totally ignoring the native landscape aesthetic created for the log cabin and the adjacent open area next to both buildings. These landscapes have proven to be much more sustainable with regard to lower input of labor resources required to maintain them, and have provided an aesthetic that the village residents have embraced both on private property and in their support of other public plantings. Much of the plant selection for the new landscape repeats the mistakes of the failed landscape that is being replaced, in that the input of pest control and fertilization efforts are higher than would be necessary had the native landscape approach been continued. A proactive offer, first made over a year ago by the Parks and Parkways Board, to assist the village with master planning the landscaping the Village Hall and surrounding areas in a manner that would unify the collective landscape with the already done around the log cabin, was summarily rejected by the administration. Even with the knowledge of the prior offer, the village manager, under the reasoning that this was not within the purview of the board, did not require that the Parks and Parkways Board be consulted for assistance or advice, or even that they be informed of the pending work. In retrospect, one wonders why that board purview assertion had not stopped the village manager from asking the board to participate with the design and installation of landscaping required to hide the recently installed fence at the Village Hall building and the eastern edge of the Village Hall grounds. I ask, why was there an urgency for a project that was only months ago rejected? Why the failure to ask a willing and extremely talented and able board to assist? I call this action an opportunity squandered. I want to thank the members of the Parks and Parkways Board for identifying and then, under a tight deadline, organizing and writing a grant for the purchase and installation of 80 new trees for our community. This is something that has been done on countless occasions by that board. I want to, at the same time, admonish the administration for requiring the removal of 20 of those trees from the grant request under the auspices of the fear of not being able to accomplish the full task. Based on my experience, that was a dubious excuse. This well-thought-out project was handed to the administration on a silver platter, and they rejected a sizable portion of it to our collective loss. I'd love to be happy about the planting of 60 new trees, but instead I'm left with yet another opportunity squandered. Third issue is the MOA. You all know my feelings. First, I would like to know why this controversial issue ended up on the consent agenda. That's not the spirit of the consent agenda. Secondly, it's an unfair agreement to people of this community, and it shouldn't be passed as it's written. Thank you.
Jane Hanses. Gary Q.
Gary Kuehl, 777 Northeast 111th Street. I'd like to talk about 8C. Stan briefly mentioned. I don't know if you've read this, you've really digested it, and you really understand what's afoot here. And to start with, I don't know how the comment could be made that this has no budget impact. If you go from 8th to Griffin, approximately, just counting the medians, not the distance between those points, you have approximately a half a mile of median that is filled with exotic, undesirable, half-dead junk, which according to this agreement has to be removed. And according to this agreement, it has to be replaced. And it has to be mulched. And it has to be maintained in good health, which means you need irrigation. Whether you use natives or you don't. Natives don't survive and will not survive unless they're established. And even at that, in their natural habitat, many are under a canopy and do well there. But out in the sun, they tend to dry out much faster. Also, the maintenance requirements with this. It's about 100, is it 150 trees? Okay. 150 trees that have to be mulched in a ring around that. All this has to be pruned and maintained. All these medians have to be edged. And to say that this is part of our normal maintenance, it is not. We're mowing 2 medians between 8th and 10th, and the rest is just garbage. I don't know if you're going out and look at it. This is an enormous, expensive undertaking, and this should not be passed. Why this even came up this way, why it is so incredibly lopsided. We're doing a tremendous amount of work. We're held accountable. If they don't like it, they can come in and do what they want and charge you. I mean, you're wide open. You'd be better off writing a check for $50,000 and saying, you take care of it. You do all this stuff. There's no obligation for them to do much of anything. I've never seen them trim a tree, and basically, that's all they have to do. You remove a dead tree and do some pruning once in a while. And most of those trees don't get pruned. They don't even have to remove the Australian pines, which should have been at least one thing that they had to do that would have been beneficial to the community. Thank you.
Barbecue.
Barbara Kuehl, 111th Street. It's going to be very repetitious because I'm repeating what everybody else said. When the Village Hall was under construction, Park and Parkways Board asked Christian to involve them with the landscaping. We weren't consulted. Inappropriate landscaping was installed, and most of the plants died. The Park and Parkways Board was asked by the previous commission to select landscaping for the log cabin, the rec center, and the back area of the Village Hall, and these plantings were done with natives, as per our comprehensive plan and code. And they have remained healthy, and they reflect a community that understands the value of natives. The entire Park and Parkways Board was shocked when David Hernandez informed us that they had just finished installing new landscaping around Village Hall. If you have a board with a good working relationship with the Public Works Department, why wouldn't the village take advantage of that board that has always been willing to help? We have brought the landscaping development at Village, I have something wrong here. The new planting isn't compatible with the surrounding landscaping. We have natives at the back of the Village Hall to screen the fence, natives at the log cabin, a long hedge of native that borders Milton's house and extends along the road, and the 6th Avenue planting of natives. Now we have 3/4 of the building with almost all non-natives, palms planted under the eaves, more palms under the windows, which are going to grow and cover the windows, and the entire 6th Avenue side of the building with no landscape. This should have been a well-thought-out landscape plan that utilized natives so that the Village Hall, the log cabin, looked as if they belonged together. A creative landscaping design could have created a sense of place. More of an issue is you've abandoned the theme of natives, which has become a hallmark of our village. Park and Parkways had another wake-up call when the grant we had been working on for over 6 weeks was scaled back from 80 to 60 trees. The fear from the village seemed to be the initial cost and then the maintenance. This was a well-thought-out plan. There was extra money in the budget. We need to start thinking of what we can do and not what we can't do. The landscape agreement with North Miami is completely one-sided, and we're on the losing side. Like Gary said, mulching 146 trees and mulching all of the plant beds, removing all the deteriorated and undesirable plants and replacing them, and then keeping those plants in a healthy and vigorous growing condition would be a full-time job and cost us a fortune. Even if North Miami defines their tree responsibility, our financial responsibility and labor costs would still be too great. Do you want to do something in this village? We should be working with North Miami to clean that median up together. Clean out the deteriorating, undesirable vegetation. We have a shared responsibility. Then we can work out a maintenance agreement.
Rox Ross.
I first have a point of order, which I hope is not taken against my time here, but your decorum rules, which are repeated every meeting, call for no clapping and no applauding, yet earlier this evening, the mayor started and encouraged applause and clapping, which goes against the decorum ordinance. I sincerely hope I could start at 3 minutes again, and that you don't do that in the future. With regard to what you approved on the consent agenda, on the agreement for judo services, your introductory memo by the manager says that there's going to be a 20-80 split in the first year. However, the agreement that's attached and it was signed calls for a 30-70 split, which is what every other vendor offering typical services at the rec center gets. So you might want to revisit that so that you actually signed something that is what the manager recommended. With regard to the MOU with for the maintenance on 121st Street, you should seriously consider the many concerns that have been expressed to you here by residents and in emails. They seem to be unanswered because I have not seen any response, although I've seen many, many, many details expressed to you about how wrong this agreement is. And it might be interesting for you to know, I was shocked when I saw it doing my research for this item, but the City of North Miami at their August 27th meeting had an item, Resolution 2019-80, which approved an agreement with the Village of Biscayne Park. The very same agreement that's brought to you today and was first brought to you for consideration last month. It's mind-boggling, and I would have some very serious questions to express to our manager how this agreement that our attorney approved, we paid for our attorney to review, if not draft, was presented to the City of North Miami and approved by the City of North Miami in August, and it came to you this late date, clearly, and clearly such an egregiously one-sided agreement. Here are copies of the resolution. If you want to see it, don't take my word for it. It's real. It's online. Moving on to the proposal for a candidates forum. This is something that the village has had year after year after year after year, as long as we've lived here, even before I was involved in the last 15, 20 years. There's always been a candidates forum. It's usually sponsored by residents who are not running, and these ladies who are former members of the Civic Club have been a big part of that for many, many, many years. Please don't let your attorney convince you that it is somehow against the rules for the village to do something that has been going on for so long. The village is not taking a position on these items. They're just offering a place for people to gather, and all of the candidates have agreed to be there. Take advantage of that opportunity for everyone to come together and be informed. Thank you.
Chuck Ross.
Chuck Ross, 1166 Griffin Boulevard. I'm not going to reiterate what everybody said about the 121st Street landscaping agreement. I feel it's one-sided as well. I understand some of the logic behind wanting them to take care of the trees, but unfortunately we can't hold their feet to the fire to do so because the agreement doesn't require us. That doesn't require them to do anything. If they don't want to do it, they can just, the agreement terminates. But we got to do, as everybody has put forth, everything's on our back, basically. So you want to do an agreement? Let's go back to the drawing board and redo this. How it went through the city of North Miami before it came here, I don't understand. As far as I brought up last time, I'm bringing it up again. The CITT audit that finished in in December of 18 for the year ended September of 17, don't have an answer. I've written a couple of emails to the manager. I asked about, there was apparently an audit done in as of 09 for the prior year ended, or maybe I think it was in 09, for the prior year ended 07, where it appears that we owe $102,000 approximately. That I don't know if we have any control over. The manager did not bring this to our attention. And if you look at the difference in between what our fund balance is and what the money is that they claim that we have to spend, it's $430,000. We need to address this, and it's way past the deadline that was required to do so, which I believe was in March of 19. As far as this afternoon, the attorney put on a memo regarding the position of the mayor and whether or not we can, this commission can take another vote. And there's a case that was brought to our attention by the AGO's office, Johnson and Johansson, which the attorney cites here, but then she tries to discount it. I don't believe that her position here on discounting it makes any sense. What it says is that in the Johnson, the city council's charter provided authority for the council to appoint its president to serve as the presiding officer in city council meetings. However, the city's charter failed to provide for removal procedures for the position. The presiding officer was not the mayor of the city at that part, and it says the legal opinion that Johnson case supports the proposition that a local governing body could, pursuant to express authority in its governing charter, elect its presiding president amongst its members for purposes of presiding over its proceedings. Under those same circumstances, the local governing body could have the inherent authority to remove the presiding officer. She goes on then to cite that yours is not quite the same position as the other, but I don't believe that, and there's a Latin phrase I was going to use, and it ends in de caballo, but well, moving on. I don't think this holds any water. And that's about it. Thank you.
McDonald Ken.
MacDonald Kennedy, 11705 Northeast 11th Place. Good evening, Roseanne, Tracy, Dan, Will, Rebecca, and Christian. Tonight, with this agenda, you operate from a position of paranoia rather than in a genuine interest to make anything better for Biscayne Park or its residents. First, a magistrate ordinance for no valid reason. An ordinance to correct nothing, to make nothing better or cheaper, certainly. You spent a lot of money to dismantle code compliance, and now you're proposing to spend more money every month as a result. Next, absurd, convoluted meeting rules to ameliorate things that never happened. Folks love to talk about how we're a small village of neighbors that should come together and be nice. Yep, we have a commission whose legacy may very well turn out to be turning this bucolic village into an authoritarian state, where residents are bullied into calling neighbors by titles, by a cop on the dais, nothing personal, and by threats from commissioners tossed like grenades into the audience. In all fairness, one time a cop did have to step in when a conversation between the three of you got so heated and ugly that the police chief himself felt it necessary to stand behind the dais to keep the peace among our elected officials. If you want to write an ordinance about decorum, start by writing one that directs how the governing should act rather than the governed, those who enjoy the right of free speech in America. Do the right thing tonight. Hold all these ordinances and hold the North Miami MOA until you have a full commission. As a body, the three of you may have the legal right to pass these, but you certainly don't have the moral authority. And finally, a request of our mayor regarding the January 7th special election. Stay out of it. Last year, just before the election, Tracy sent an unsolicited email to village residents from her personal email address, but using her title as mayor. That, of course, ensured that the misinformation she would share wouldn't be an ethics violation. In that email, Tracy warned residents that undervoting is a form of voter suppression. It's not. In January, voters may vote for two candidates, for one candidate, or for no candidate at all. Voter suppression absolutely does take place in U.S. elections, and it should never be bandied about like Tracy did. The most prominent example was in Georgia. While running for governor, Attorney General Brian Kemp carried out mass purges of the voter rolls in such a sweeping way that it kept minority voters off the rolls. He also put 53,000 voter registrations on hold, nearly 70% of which were for black voters. Kemp beat his black female opponent by a very slim margin. Tracy, that's voter suppression. Elections are sacred in this country, and Biscayne Park deserves a clean one in January. We also deserve commissioners who show up, who act right, get good things done, and who actively solicit resident engagement. Ginny and Raphael, regardless of the outcome, let's give Biscayne Park all of that in January. Thank you.
No other person signing.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Should November also change? I'm sorry?
November 10th.
Any day after that? Yeah.
We have on the 10th.
Next year we do?
Hold on. As Commissioner, I'm still learning on this consent agenda. All right, with the consent agenda, we're saying that AD, the judo program, would be accepted as it is. That one of the residents brought up about the 70-30. Yes, that's right. Okay.
You can, so you're saying it's incorrect in your memo or in the proposed resolution? Is it correct in the proposed resolution?
And again, like I said, I'm learning. I'd like to have more clarification on, we can explain more of the resolution 8F. So I didn't bring this up either, but I'm still learning with the consent agenda in order to explain it. Okay, let's pull it, make a discussion now. I think it's an item.
Sorry, for AD, the resolution approves the agreement that's attached there too. So the agreement attached to the resolution. Okay, then it's fine.
Yeah, on the 4-8.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Okay, then in that case, I make a second to approve the balance of the agenda. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Ordinance number 2019-05, special magistrate second reading. An ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, amending chapters 14 and 15 of the Land Development Code of the Village of Biscayne Park, authorizing special magistrate position for certain code enforcement proceedings, providing for ordinances in conflict, repeal or codification, severability, and an effective date.
Bob Anderson.
Bob Anderson, 11th Place, 119th Street. I urge you not to pass this ordinance or to move before a date certain. You have two new members going to be sitting on this commission with a very short period of time. And if those two members want a change on this, and if you have one more member sitting up there right now that agrees with that, you're spending money needlessly this time around to go ahead and pass this ordinance that may get changed. So I urge you, turn it down or move it for a date certain so it can be discussed properly with the new commission.
Dan Key.
Dan Keys. I concur with Bob moving it forward. at the least. But if you decide to move forward on this ordinance against advice of your constituency, I strongly recommend that you provide for a code board and a special magistrate with equal powers. Although this document purports to do that, there are several sections which negate that concept of equality. The delineation of responsibilities is one of those sections, in that the ordinance would be required to rearrange the assignment of responsibilities to either the code board or magistrate, should you desire to abandon either in favor of the other. There is also a section that allows the magistrate to take over for the code board, but not vice versa. I personally prefer a code board method of adjudication of code violation issues. However, if you're hell-bent on passing a magistrate ordinance, any delineation of responsibilities should be made by resolution, which would permit you or future commissions to adjust them from time to time. This method of reassignment should be spelled out as a requirement in this ordinance. Any termination of a magistrate should be the purview of the commission. Otherwise, you are giving up your charter responsibility to appoint board members, and currently you have the manager permitted to do that. There's a liability policy required, and I'd like to know who is intended to be protected by this policy. And you all have my lengthy commentary item by item in there, and I refer you to that as well. Thank you.
Jenny Anderson.
Christian, Tracy, and Rebecca did a lot of trying to justify this change based on several unsubstantiated accusations against the now former code board members. You know, everything from accusing us of sunshine violations to saying our decisions resulted in lawsuits and settlements. But just a reminder, my public records request generated exactly one case. That case did not involve a lawsuit. It did involve some staff error. A former attorney, not Rebecca, a former attorney who misinterpreted why we ruled the way we did, but yet nobody had the courtesy to get us involved so that there could have been clarification. So it's very hard not to view this as more about a control issue than a best for the village issue. During first reading, it was also acutely obvious how little this commission grasps of the whole code process. I mean, simple things like the difference between a notice of violation and a citation. Yet here they are drastically overhauling the whole important procedure. And certain things really should never go into an ordinance, because there's certain things you want to be able to be flexible on. You want to be able to change at a moment's notice if that's necessary. Yet the delineation of duties is sitting there in the ordinance, which means if anybody ever wants to change it at some point, it's more time, it's more money. Under the duties of the special magistrate, I've got one question. Number 5 reads, assessment of fines including costs relating to the prosecution of cases before the special magistrate and or code compliance board in those cases where the village prevails. Now, does that mean that if they go in front of the board finds them not in compliance, now they've got to go to another hearing and go in front of the magistrate? You know, I understand doing both when you have commercial and you have residential. Currently, that's the way North Miami Beach does it. But here, this is looking really convoluted.
Thank you. Barbara Q.
Barbara Kuehl, 111th Street. I didn't prepare anything. I read this ordinance a couple of times, and it is very poorly written. It's obviously written by somebody who didn't understand what actually goes on in the village, what actually even goes on at a code meeting. There are references that make no sense. It's ambiguous as far as who gets a case, the magistrate or the code board. And the bigger problem is, in all the years I've been coming to meetings, and there is a lot longer than any of you have been coming to meetings, I have never heard a resident or even commissioners say, you know, we really should think about changing our system because it's not working or having a lot of problems. But somehow, Commissioner Tudor said, before he was even commissioner, and he didn't go to the code board meetings because I was there and I never saw him, he said he really thought having a magistrate was going to be a better idea. How can you base something on no facts or not knowing how things work? Your definitions of citations going before the code board instead of the magistrate, I think the entire time they started with citations, two people at the same meeting came to complain about a citation. They've never had anybody else come to the board meeting with a citation. So it's so obvious that you are so clueless about how this board works. And the commissioners are no better because, just like Janie said, the questions you asked, your lack of knowledge was startling. And you want to change a system that seems to have been fine. The manager and the attorney both, and I called them out on this a long time ago, they both made accusations that because of this board, this village had suffered a lot of problems. Prove it. Just give us one example instead of smearing a board. You didn't have the courtesy to even address the board. They had to read about their termination in the agenda saying that you were recommending switching to a magistrate. Not code board and magistrate, but you were going to switch to a magistrate. You think it's amusing, Rebecca? I don't. It's disrespectful, and you're on your own with this because you're so lost in this.
Just a point of clarification. I was saying hi to the chief. I was waving at the chief and smiling at the chief, just so we're clear.
Rock sauce.
Rox Ross, 11166 Griffin Boulevard. So you are a panel of 3 instead of 5, as the charter requires for our commission. And based on the vote of 2 of a panel of 5, you will possibly be changing this policy of having a neighbors on the code enforcement, code compliance board to a magistrate. If you think that gives you the moral authority, you're absolutely wrong. Not only that, but it's clear from your commentary that you don't understand the system as it currently exists. So you are not in a position to judge whether it works properly or it does not. I urge you to put this aside today. Set it for a date certain. Not even January, but set it for a date certain in February so that you don't have to re-advertise and have the other $100 expense of that publication. Of course, we already advertised twice because we didn't meet a quorum for November's meeting when it was first advertised. But if you really feel like you have to forge forward with this process in your misguided sense of getting something accomplished, after all, you've only approved ordinances that were required to pass a budget and to pass the millage rate in the last 2 or 3 years. If this is the one item you feel like you have to get accomplished, you really need to look at it more carefully. There are so many inconsistencies and irregularities in what you're presenting. And the one case that has come up as something of an issue for the Code Compliance Board was a case where our village attorney said, and I'm quoting from his email, the case should not have been presented to the Code Board because it does not fit within the compliance procedures. So the origin of the problem was not with the Code Compliance Board. It was with the village administration in bringing a case that did not meet the requirements to come before a board. Yet you propose to fix that problem by eliminating the board and putting in a magistrate. It's really misguided.
Chuck Ross.
Chuck Ross, 11166 Griffin Boulevard. Everybody that has come before me has pretty much said how I feel. I think that Bob captured it in the best manner. In other words, whoever's going to come up here in a month or so could very well change what you're going to do. So it really makes no sense to even proceed. But setting that aside, there are several issues that have been brought up to your attention. I hope you will consider them. By Dan, by Barbara, by Janie, by my wife, Rox. Did I miss anybody? I don't think so. If I did, please forgive me. I think they're all valid concerns, and you need to weigh that. And once again, as Bob said, there's a good chance this will just get reversed in 2 months. Thank you.
Jonas?
Fred Jonas, 918 119th Street. In your special magistrate ordinance proposal, you have your item 4.1.2, which you call intent. And you say, it is the intent of the village to provide an equitable, expeditious, effective, and inexpensive method of enforcing the codes and ordinances in the village. We already have that. It's the Code Compliance Board. It satisfies every part of the intent that you say you have. So this campaign, this crusade, this scheme of having a special magistrate is a pseudo-solution looking desperately and in vain for something that seems like a problem, but there isn't one.
Matt Kennedy?
MacDonald Kennedy, 11705 Northeast 11th Place. I also did not prepare anything on this topic, but I'm sitting back there and listening to some very, very valid points, and I think I had mentioned some of them maybe at another meeting where you discussed this, and I could not sit back there and not come up there and just, even if I'm just saying the same thing. So I'm not going to sit here and repeat everything, but I want to say there's nothing that was said that I don't completely support. But I think there's power in, more people getting up and saying, yes, I agree. So you're hearing from me that, yes, I agree with all of that. But I want to say a couple of specific things. Bob Anderson gets the gold star from me for the night. I hadn't even thought of it from that perspective. If you guys pass this tonight, and in January there's 2 new people sitting in those empty chairs, there's a very good chance they're going to want to bring it up. And all they have to do is get one of you to agree, and you, not them, you will be responsible, 1, 2, 3 of you, will be responsible for costing this village more money. She's not cheap. You're going to have to go through this again. Advertising, whatever is involved. You will have cost this village money. So you're going to pass something tonight that quite probably, would get overturned. And you will have made that happen, not those new people that came in. It just feels like something else is going on, because there was no problem to fix. I think Fred said that. There was no problem. So you're saying you're fixing a problem when a problem didn't exist. So something else is going on. It's very clear to everyone on this side of the room that something else precipitated all of this. And then the last thing I want to say is someone mentioned disrespectful. I think it may have been Barbara about the board. I find it very disrespectful when we're up here talking and I feel like we're not getting heard. You're not listening. There's no active listening going on up there. From some of you, I get a blank stare. From another, there's a lot of turning of pages, and I'm not sure what's on those pages that require all this turning and looking at. But when someone's standing up here talking, when they take the time out of their life and they go to the trouble of actually putting notes together, reading these things more closely than I think some of you read them probably, I'm not speaking for myself on that. I'm talking about people like Roxana Ross, certainly. They pour through these things, and they get up here and talk to you. And we get blank stares. And the fussing and fidgeting with turning pages and no direct looks in the eye. So now, finally, I'm getting you to look me in the eye while I say something to you, Will Tudor. It's just disrespectful. Thank you.
Oh, other person saying.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going back to what I proposed from before, is that I like to have this moved to a date certain, but I want to change it. Originally, I had it for January 4th. I like to change it to February 5th. That's where we can have more into this. I do have a problem if this is passed by 3 commissioners up here. And I wasn't going to let anybody know, but if this commission passes it tonight, I will be bringing it up myself to have it re-looked at, because I think it needs to be done by a full commission. This can cost a lot of money to the residents, and I think we need to do a lot of thinking into it. As I said, when this item was first brought up, I knew what the intention was of certain individuals on this commission. Their goal was to get rid of the code board and was to have the magistrate. And I don't think we need to fix anything this is not broken. We still haven't seen one particular case that says it cost a lot of residents that brought that up, and I still haven't heard where by having a code board cost us a lot of money. I still haven't heard that. So I just can't support this item. I think it needs to be moved to February. If you want to move it to January, I have no problem with the new commission, but I really like to move it to February. That's where you give time to the 2 new commissioners to look at it, because this is very important. This is going to affect the residents of Biscayne Park, and it's going to cost us a lot of money. I'm still not happy with the figures that have been given, so I still have a lot of concerns about this. Right now, if I can't support this item at all. Maybe in the future, if we move it to full commission, I might have a different. But as of right now, I can't do it where I'm responsible. 3 people up here, 1 of people that are going to make a decision on this. This is a very important subject matter that needs to be done by 5 commissioners. Because, like a couple of the residents said, new commission can come in and say they want to look at it, and then we have to go through the whole process all over again. That's all I can say.
Yes. Yeah, I prefer commissioner. I understand there's been an argument made that this should be held over till there's a full commission, that 3 commissioners, even though we're a quorum, should not be voting on important matters without a full commission. What I don't understand is what the commission is being asked is to suspend the commission until there's a new election. If that's what ultimately is being asked, it's not going to happen. I wouldn't support that. We're all voted into office to conduct the business of the village. So we will discuss this item. We will have a vote on this item. The fact that there's going to be an election, and that the people coming on board may want to overturn it or change this ordinance. That's a risk for anything we do, because every 2 years there's an election, and sometimes there's a special election mixed in there. But we can't simply rule on matters or vote on matters that we think are, have no risk of being overturned by a future commission. I mean, nothing would get accomplished at that point. And I think sometimes there's people have this idea that simply because residents don't attend physically a commission meeting, that we haven't spoke to the residents, that because the residents aren't here, that means that no one supports the idea of a special magistrate. I've talked to numerous residents, and this is one of the issues that they've had. There may not have been lawsuits regarding the board, and I've never claimed that that's the reason why we should go to a special magistrate is because of any particular lawsuit or anything along the lines. But I think that the most professional way to handle these matters would be with a special magistrate. And I think that there's a way to do it with a special magistrate and also having a code board. I mean, at the last meeting, we had that discussion. I do understand from the manager's memo that he had discussed about the additional cost for an attorney for the code board if we leave that in this. So I'd just kind of like to hear from the manager a little bit about where those figures came from. And we've never used an attorney for the code board previously. I mean, we've had discussions on this. I think that the best course of action for the village and for the residents would be to move forward on this ordinance.
No, ma'am. No.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 2019-05.
Mayor Turpin? Yes. Vice Mayor Tudor?
Yes.
Commissioner Samaria?
Ordinance number 2019-06, Commission Rules and Procedures, first reading. An ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, amending Section 2-16 of the Village of Biscayne Park Code of Ordinances, adopting Commission Rules and Procedures for meetings and workshops, providing for ordinances in conflict, repealer, codification, severability, and an effective date.
Bob Anderson?
Bob Anderson, 11th Place, 119th Street. This is one more ordinance that you're going to be wasting money on. And you guys are going to be guilty of this again. You're looking at a dictatorship trying to do this. And why isn't the commission included in this? To be held responsible, the same as you're trying to hold the citizens that go to these meetings. What are you trying to do? You don't want to have anybody sitting out here? That's what this is all about. And I can guarantee you this will be repealed.
Dan Keith?
Y'all received my 7 pages of comments on this ordinance a while back. Seven pages, item by item. Daniel Keys. There's much wrong with this ordinance as related to the charter, as throughout the document, the ordinance assigns and or directs non-charter officers to be things, such as a sergeant at arms, or do things. This, except for when it may direct the clerk to take minutes specifically, or give notice of commission meetings specifically, it is not permitted by the charter. Any requirements of the commission involving an employee must be channeled through the manager. This indicates that the manager must be available for meetings. Okay, the charter says the manager will attend meetings. Why don't we say it that way? Don't tie yourself to a 12th commission meeting each year. The charter calls for 11. Why not leave it there? You can always call another meeting. You never know when you can't get 12 in. Give yourself the ability to extend meetings incrementally by the vote of the commission, stopping them at 11 p.m. when there's something very important that must be done that meeting, such as adopting a budget. You want to give yourself the flexibility to extend for 15 minutes in increments. Define a process for requesting a special meeting. One commissioner notifies the clerk and the manager, and then it is ascertained if there is sufficient support for that meeting by the clerk. I spell out some language in my 7 pages that would fit nicely. That, I believe, is a point of a problem and currently under investigation in this community. The mayor does not have the right, by charter, to unilaterally call an emergency meeting. Only a majority of 3 of the commission has that right. And then it's only for charter-prescribed reasons, not based on an opinion. There's specific things in the charter that an emergency meeting can be called for. Limitations on sponsored items is kind of ridiculous. Withdrawal of deferred items after a third deferral is ridiculous and only serves to let abusers bury items at the end of long agendas. Limiting comments to 3 minutes does not leave any leeway that you may want to give to a speaker. Leave yourself an option and process to extend incrementally. The manager should not be able to unilaterally cancel meetings. This may not be in the interest of the commission. Okay? It's a dangerous thing that you have currently written in this ordinance. Don't require any further methods of notice outside of the minimum requirements of state statutes. You can have other methods of notice prescribed by resolution with outs provided in the thing. Two lines. Neither the clerk nor the village department heads or any other employee should have the authority to sponsor an item before the commission. No employees should sponsor an item. These would be manager items and may, under his or her direction, be presented by that employee.
Janie Anderson.
Janie Anderson, 11th Place and 119th Street. Yes, I know any piece of legislation can be overturned, but we're not talking 2 years here. We're talking 1 month. We're talking a piece of legislation so profound that you've got almost 100% chance of it being pulled back and decimated at second reading. It was fiscally irresponsible and arrogant to go through this tonight. At any rate, anything in this ordinance where it's a number, where you might need some flexibility, should go onto a resolution. You might want to change the time frame. You might have instances where commissioners really do want to hear from residents, and it's a really tough topic. That shouldn't be in an ordinance requiring that kind of time and money to fix. The 3-minute talking time, I mean, it's not fairly enforced now. It's enforced on some of us. It's not enforced on Tracy's friends. Now, with the way these rules for the audience is written, it's giving her like unlimited power, particularly when you see the phrase including but not limited to. During, meeting notification. I see nothing in the ordinance requiring the 24 hours notice to the public. If during a meeting, recess, before or after a meeting, someone wants to speak to someone who's still at the dais, what do? Scream from the back of the room? Because we're not allowed to approach the dais? Now we're being told that we can be thrown out and barred permanently for speaking repetitiously? Well, define repetitiously. And we probably wouldn't be speaking repetitiously if we ever got answers, if there was ever a level of engagement. Then I see the part where we're going to be required to use titles, no first names. Are we going to be thrown out for using a first name? You know, you guys talk a lot about being afraid of lawsuits. I can picture lawsuits truly waiting to happen.
Barbara Q.
Barbara Kuehl, 111th Street. Another ordinance I decided not to read. I had enough today of the other things. I read it a while ago, and it's like a blueprint for the police state. I can't believe after all the time since you've been elected, this is what you've come up with. This is how you think you're best using your time to restrict residents. I mean, you're obviously not feeling love from the audience if you have this type of restriction against everybody. I mean, just, we've said before, nothing personal, but to have a sergeant of arms, it's everything, the restrictions are just ridiculous. I really, again, Bob was very clear, in another month, you're going to have 2 new people who might overturn this. Is there some rush that this is such a pressing issue that you have to do this now? There are so many, again, another poorly written ordinance. There are so many mistakes, so many things that really contradict our charter, could be challenged, they're not clear. It's written by somebody, and I really don't know who this came from, if it was the mayor, if it was our attorney, the manager, but it's somebody who doesn't understand our charter, our codes, our village, and they came up with this ridiculous piece of legislation. The only thing you do is infuriate the people here. You're doing nothing to bring people in, to make people feel that they should even come up here and, God forbid, call you by your first name. I mean, how ridiculous is that? This is really pathetic.
Rox Ross.
Rox Ross, 11166 Griffin Boulevard. You may call it sour grapes, but in March of 2018, I brought a resolution trying to propose some meeting rules, commission rule, conduct rules, and providing for a post-election organizational meeting. It was 7 pages long, and most of you here now, I'm not sure Dan was here at the time, but I couldn't get a second to even discuss it. 7 pages, and you guys thought it was too complicated to talk about. Not only that, but it was first presented in March, and another commissioner and the commission agreed to just remove it from the agenda, so we didn't get to actually talk, or I didn't actually make a motion for it until the next meeting, and then I couldn't get a second. Instead, in the interim, you guys have spent a lot of attorney time and a lot of time amongst yourselves to develop a 17-page procedures that doesn't talk about a post-organizational meeting, but 7 pages worth of it talks about how the public should address the commission. I could echo some of the things that have already been said. Do you think this is really enriching the community? Do you really think that this is moving us together and a benefit to our village? Hasn't had these kind of rules in 80 years. I think you're misguided. But to go to the actual parts of it, first of all, it should be put off because only 2 of you will vote yes, and that'll be 2 out of the 5 that are going to be sitting here next month. So save us some money. Don't advertise it for a second reading. Don't move it forward, and wait till you all can discuss it. But if you move to special meeting, this is on page 4 out of 17, special meetings, talks about 24 hours that must elapse between the time that the clerk receives notice in writing and the time of the meeting is held. Well, our charter requires a minimum of 24 hours notice to the public, not to yourselves. And that's the minimum that you should abide by, is at least the charter requirements. That's what the village voters decided on. Same goes for H2 on emergency meetings. You're calling for 24 hours to lapse between the time you tell the clerk and the meeting to occur. What about the public? We're out here. We're watching. We'd like to be informed. In subparagraph 3 under there, notice to the commissioners, all special or emergency meetings shall be open to the public. It's required by the Florida statutes. Do we really have to pay our village attorney to craft that language and put it into these procedures? Under sub I in the next page, public workshops, talks about the duties. Well, if you're going to approve this and it's going to cost us taxpayer dollars, you really should be into the details of what you're approving. You should have the benefit of everyone's opinion, although we get up here and say things time and time and again, and you move forward without regard to what is said here by the public. Not one person has spoken in favor of any of the things that you've approved today and over the last several months. Think about it.
Chuck Ross.
Chuck Ross. You already know my address, I guess. I'm going to just address a couple of specifics. I think that the Sergeant of Arms portion of this probably is a conflict. You're actually giving the mayor's additional powers that she shouldn't have, presiding officer. And you don't want to put the village in a situation where the presiding officer is having the Sergeant of Arms throw someone out of the room. This is a law enforcement officer, and he makes those decisions ultimately. And if anybody should be in charge of that, it should be the chief of police. And chief of police should designate who the sergeant of arms is, and that person should be deciding ultimately. You don't get that to do that, and I think it's a violation of our charter. As far as somebody mentioned the specifics, absolutely, you can't put specifics in an ordinance. That's ridiculous. Absolutely absurd. Three minutes? You're going to codify that? Really? Come on, man. Give me a break. The authority to cancel by the manager? The manager doesn't get that authority. That's with you, the commission, the body of the commission. The manager does not get to decide when we cancel commission meetings. I'm sorry. And I'm not going to reiterate everything else that I agree. It's very frustrating, sitting on this side of the aisle, listening to you guys try to make law that you don't know what the hell you're doing. Thank you.
Jonas?
Fred Jonas, 918 119th Street. In your whereas clauses, you have a reference to section 4.01B of the Charter of the Village. And it says that the commission shall determine its own rules of procedure and order of business. Two of the three of you are at a huge disadvantage because you have never attended and sat through a normal Biscayne Park commission meeting. You don't know what they're like. You don't know how they operate. The fact of the matter is that this is how we function. Every commission informally forms its own style, its own practices. That usually lasts for about 2 years, and either it gets continued or it doesn't. Nothing like this occurs. This kind of inflexibility that's imposed by one commission on all future commissions, unless they do another ordinance to get rid of it. You also mentioned more than once a phrase that you call a full opportunity to be heard. You're referring here to your neighbors. It's interesting that this particular commission would offer a phrase like that, because there has never been any commission that I've seen since 2005 that has been more restrictive and offered less of an opportunity to be heard than this one. Everybody has a 3-minute limit, and it's taken pretty much casually. Not this commission. At 3 minutes, the mayor starts acting like a 7 or 8 year old and starts talking over people if they don't shut up. That's not the way things operate here in Biscayne Park. And again, I know you are at a disadvantage. You have no idea what normal Biscayne Park Commission meetings are like. Janie Anderson was struggling to find a way to characterize this commission and this proposal. And the word she didn't find was arrogant. That is the problem with this commission. Barbara Kuehl mentioned this ordinance's restrictions against everybody. That's what she called it. And it really raises the question of what it is this commission has against the residents of Biscayne Park. You really seem to hate them. You want to restrict them, you want them out, you want them shut up, and if you can't get that, you want somebody to throw them out of the room. There is something very wrong with this commission. Finally, Roxy Ross mentions charter requirements. This commission has made very clear what it thinks of the charter of Biscayne Park.
No other person signed. Oh, I'm sorry, Matt Kennedy.
I should start signing up for stuff. Sorry about that. MacDonald Kennedy, 11705 Northeast 11th Place. My big takeaway from the evening is I think Dan Keyes is trying to steal my title as most emails to the village, or maybe just the longest emails. I don't know. But I'm like at 5,000 now, so you have some work to do. So nothing prepared. But I'm just sitting here listening to this, and I'm remembering when Dan and I moved to the village. It's been 4 years. And we started, we attended some meetings before we even closed on the house, I think. because we wanted to understand some processes and stuff, and we went to a wrong meeting. We went to co-compliance, and that's where I met Barb. So then we came to our first commission meeting, and we had just moved here, and we didn't know anybody, and I said, oh, look, there's a commission meeting. Let's go. And mainly we came because I wanted to see the inside of this room. Like, it's so cute. I want to see the inside of the log cabin. Let's go. So we came to a commission meeting. So we sat in the first two chairs over there. They were the only chairs when we came in. The room was packed. I'm like, wow, this is so cool. We said hi to a couple people. We now affectionately refer to that meeting as the Lynch Heidi meeting. That was our first meeting. And I walked in, and it started. I'm like, oh, my God, what's going on here? But we stayed for the whole meeting because it was like, I was just captivated by this whole thing that was going on. I'm like, whoa, and reading the body language. And we left there, and we had a conversation on the way home, and I remember it so vividly. This village is so engaged. So clearly they're all pissed off. I'm sorry, they're all upset about something. Like, they're really upset about this. But look how engaged this village is. It's this really cool little place. And David was mayor, and Rox was up there, and Bob, and Fred, and Barbara. And we commented, like, well, good or bad, everyone's really engaged. Let's start getting involved. So we came to more meetings. And they were really cool. And we learned, we met people, we learned about stuff. I do have another very vivid memory of coming to one of Chuck's meetings, the crime prevention. And a woman behind me kept yelling out in a really kind of obnoxious way. And I turned around and looked at her. I'm like, seriously, woman, just like, seriously, let them run this meeting. And she did it one too many times. And Chuck said, Tracy, please just stop and let us get through this. And, we'll call on you when we were ready to take your question. That is an honest-to-God true story at a crime meeting. My point is, this is what it's whittled down to with you guys. With you, specifically. This is what it's whittled down to. I used to come to commission meetings, and there'd be people here I never saw before. I met a new neighbor every time I came here. And it was really cool and engaged, and people were kind of combative, and they debated stuff. But it all felt good and right. And under your leadership, under yours, it has deteriorated to the document that you consider tonight. Your legacy will be paranoia. Thank you.
No more. Oh, you want to talk?
Excuse me. Can you lower that?
Linda Dillon, 712 115th Street. I think I've attended more commission meetings than all of you combined in my 40 years plus here. And I've just got to say that I am so disappointed. I feel totally disrespected as a resident. I think that almost 7 months ago, I presented a revision of the decorum just to include everyone so that commissioners and residents alike had to be treated the same way. And suddenly I feel totally alienated. I don't even know what's going on in this village that I love so dearly. There's something seriously wrong. And I think this type of a document is just one example.
Thank you. It's unusual. That's okay. First off, I want to thank everybody for coming tonight. It's very, very important. There is no reason why you can't move this to the next commission in January. I don't understand why this item was, especially when we had two good workshops. One construction, and one was for the driveway or the swale ordinance. That was, 4 or 5 months ago? That has never been brought up in an ordinance. This one was brought up right away. I believe these procedures is about this commission. I don't believe it is to really have a good relationship with the residents. I've come into every single commission meeting before I became a commissioner, and it has always been full of people. I might not have agreed with what the commissioners said on how they voted. I used to be, I forgot who the chief was, a couple times, and a couple of the residents would kick me out because they would say, Commissioner Samaria, I always said 3-2, because I knew how the votes were going to be. I thought that wasn't good, but at least it was done with respect. I don't know what it is about this commission. It's the same amount of people that have been coming around a long time ago. I heard at one of the meetings that it was the residents causing problems. I don't think so. It's the same residents that we had before. I don't understand why this commission seems to have more problems with this commission than any other commission. I believe this is about this commission and not about the residents. I agree with Commissioner Tudor that we can make decisions with 3 commissioners. But I believe when it has to do with money and it has to do with actually changing the lives of the residents of Biscayne Park, it should not be done with 3 commissioners. Because all you do is, all you need is 2 commissioners out of 3 to agree and everything passed, just like the magistrate was passed tonight, 2-1. Would it have changed with the other commissioners? It might have passed the same way. It might have passed easily. And I don't have a problem with the magistrate part passing. I have a problem that it's 2 commissioners got to decide this out of 5 commissioners. And as I said before, I wasn't going to say anything, but I am going to bring it up at the next commission meeting to have a discussion, to open it up to where the other commissioners that are going to be coming aboard have a debate. I can understand if it was 4 or 5 months. Then I can say, okay, we can make a decision. But there's no reason why we can't wait 1 month. I strongly recommend that we don't go for second reading or pay for advertising until we give it this, maybe open this up again for discussion for the new commissioners to be in. As I said to the commission before, or as it was said when Harvey was on this commission, and I can't remember, I think it was Commissioner Roxy said that we need to hear from the 2 people that are going to be running. I think it was Mayor Roxy or Commissioner Roxy that made it. We need to hear from the 2 new commissioners. Well, we heard from 2 of the 3 tonight that we need to listen. I think what I was hearing tonight, that if we pass this thing, or in this one we didn't, but the magistrate one, we're going to have a problem in the next one, because there's a good chance it can be recalled. There's no reason why we can't wait a month. And so that's, but right now I didn't read this one, I read it before, because I thought we were going to, as a commission, care about what the 2 new commissioners come. I honestly believed that these items were going to be moved over. I really thought this commission would have the decency to do it, but it looks like we don't. And I'm very disappointed in that. So that's what I'm going to say. Thank you.
Yeah. Let me see. This is something that part of the dysfunction that I've noticed with commission meetings has been the fact that there's been no formal rules, no policies and procedures in place. I know prior commissioner, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. This is the lack of respect towards this village. There's a handful of individuals in the village which seem like they're trying to claw back the village from trying to move forward to being a professional organization. The things that are in this proposed ordinance, you'll find them across the spectrum, across cities, across this country. Commissions have policies or procedures in place. They have clearly defined rules so that the public and the commission understands how we're to operate, and so that we can get business done. After saying that, the one thing that I would like to see a little bit better focus on, one of the reasons why I wanted to push to have some of these procedures was the fact that previously the way it was, there did appear to be some imbalance where there was more towards what a resident cannot do or what would happen to a resident There are times where there's been commissioners throughout the 15 years I lived here. There's been commissioners that their interaction with other commissioners and the public have been rude, unprofessional, should never have happened. And so what I like to see is a little bit stronger language and a focus on the fact that the censor, we talk about that the village commission may as a body censor any individual or entity by unanimous vote. I really like to focus on the fact that this is the censor aspect, I believe, should be solely about the commission policing themselves and dealing with if you get a commissioner up here that goes rogue. Yeah, it's on page 15 of 17. I just think the language underneath the censor section is a little generic, a little watered down. I'd like to see it really actually much more directed and focused at commission to commission activities.
No, we also discussed censure outward, but the spirit of it started as the censure policing itself.
Because I think we have enough about decorum and the way the public is to interact at meetings. I really think that the censor section should really be focused on reining in any type of bad behavior that's up on the dais, and that was the real intent of why I wanted to push to have this ordinance and these procedures put into place. And that's why, contrary to a statement that was made, that's why when this was brought on by a former commissioner, I was supportive of having the discussion about policies and procedures, because I think this is something that's been lacking for years.
Well, the reason in the workshops, the reason we also incorporated it outward is really to limit the power of the commission to censure anyone and speak negatively about someone from the dais unless it's the consensus of the commission, specifically to codify and prohibit a specific individual commissioner in their capacity as a commissioner, essentially publicly reprimanding an individual or a company while they sit on the dais. It would have to be, it's right, unless it's the entire consensus of the commission. If that makes sense. That was when, I know the workshops go back to the summer, but that's why we didn't limit it just to commissioners. It's really to protect the village from a single commissioner speaking out and publicly reprimanding an individual.
Yeah, I think where it's a little, not clearly defined is where it says individual or entity. Is censor any individual or entity. I'm fine with saying, if I would censor any commissioner. I mean, really, this is about, possible repercussions to a commissioner that their actions towards another commissioner or to the public.
Right. So under subsection 2.
I'd say in 1 and 2.
In 1 and 2.
Just let Commissioner Samari is taking a quick peek. I think under censor under 1 and 2, where it says an individual or entity whose actions run counter. That's what it says in number 1, and then number 2 says censor any individual or entity. I think that should be clearly defined to be.
What about adding a sentence that says, for purposes of this section, the term individual shall also apply to individual commission members?
Because I think censure should just apply solely to commissioners.
Well, that's so the spirit of that is subsection 5. No individual commission member has the authority to unilaterally censure or otherwise publicly reprimand. That's there. So Right, we can make 1 and 2 specific to commissioners,
Yeah.
but just so you understand what that means that the only censure authority the commission would have as a body is internal. If that's the intent, that's, I just want you to make sure that's what you mean.
Yeah, I have no problem with that.
Okay. Okay. Just the commission, okay.
Underneath page 5 of 17, the cancellation procedures, I had made a little note about, in the past we haven't had where the manager. Under 1, typically we never had it where the manager has the authority to cancel a meeting. That's usually been a commission decision. So I'm more comfortable leaving it as a commission decision, because I think one of the issues is that if this authority is given to the manager and the manager cancels the meeting and has valid reasons to cancel the meeting, I don't want to create any type of unnecessary conflict or hardship for the manager by having him have to deal with either commissioners or residents thinking that there's something nefarious going on. I'd rather just not. I think it's just easier to take that out of there. But that, yes, it is. But that, excuse me, sorry. But that's what the protocol is you have the commission is not supposed to know that there's not going to be 3 people showing up. I think the only one that's really supposed to really know it is supposed to be the clerk. The way it's read is that if there is a commission meeting, you are to show up at the meeting, and we have done it because we have had a workshop, and where I was the only one that showed up, and we took roll call, and it was canceled, and we had no problems. It should be where if there's a meeting that night. Now, if there's something that can be canceled 3 days, 4 days because of something drastic, I don't really, unless there's like a storm, then I still would like to have the city manager to have that power if there's a storm. But for a commission meeting, everybody should show up that night. Call roll call, and if don't have 3 people, then we could cancel it. And that's exactly, I think it has to be, I don't want to give the power to the city manager to have the power to cancel a meeting. That's where we ran with the problem with the March 5th cancellation. And it took 5 months to settle this thing. And we still, to this day, have not had a reason on why that meeting was canceled. So I think we need to take that out and leave it up to I agree with Commissioner Tudor. It should be the commissioners, and it should be done where the people have to show up that night of a commission meeting and take roll call, and if there's not 5 people or there's not quorum, then we cancel. So we did that process. I don't know, we don't need to change it. I fall more in line with, I think just from a transparency aspect, and to avoid, because we each of us up here, we get the emails, we hear the rumblings about nefarious conduct and what's going on. So that I fall more into the camp of, if there's a scheduled commission meeting, you're going to have residents who are going to possibly show up. I have no problem with, if I'm the only one, I have no problem showing up here, taking a roll call of 1, there's no quorum, and then you dismiss the meeting. yeah, I'm just trying to find a way to avoid the headaches of what occurred because of that March meeting. I just want to, take that off the table, so, that doesn't occur. So the question is, what would be the best way to handle that?
Well, I have a question as well, because the cancellation procedures discuss cancellation of meetings and workshops, and I just want to make sure that the commission's opinions right now, are they with respect to both, or are they going to be treated separately? Because it sounds like this part might be changed. I don't know if... I think there was one comment about a workshop from Commissioner Samaria.
No, I think it should be for both workshops. I mean, if there's a workshop scheduled, there's no reason why you can't come, just like a commission meeting, because it is a public meeting. There's no reason why you can't come down. I can understand if we were a big city and people have to travel far distance. I can understand if we were having all the seats in this commission meeting filled. We don't. When we had that one with the workshop, the one that I had for Commissioner Tudor's workshop, and I understand why he couldn't be there, but the other commissioners didn't show up. To this day, we still don't know why those other ones didn't show up. But I came, and there was residents here. And we took a roll call, and the residents wasn't griping, wow, you called a meeting, you wasted my time. They knew that there was a meeting scheduled. We took roll call, and it was canceled. I didn't know that I could have continued until I found out later on that I could have continued the workshop on my own. I didn't know that. I didn't have to cancel that. But it should be for any scheduled meeting. If it's a commission meeting, if it's a workshop, they should cover the same both areas. Thank you.
One comment, just because this happened very recently in November, if the village knows that, if the manager knows that you're not going to have a quorum and he doesn't have the authority to cancel it, the attorney's still preparing for the meeting, the attorney's still showing up to the meeting, the attorney's still billing for that. That could have been avoided if the manager had the ability to cancel the November meeting once he received the resignations, but he didn't have the authority to do that. I think that's, and maybe the commission's okay with that, but I haven't heard that discussion yet, so I just wanted to bring that to your attention because it happened very recently, last month.
Make a motion just to take it out. Just take the item out completely. Yeah, leave it to where it's the commission, the way it was before. There's no reason to give the power. Yes. Okay, made a motion.
Yeah, there has to be some type of language in there regarding cancellation of meetings. And if it's going to be, if the decision is that it's going to be, meetings can only be canceled by the commission, that needs to be in there. So you got to have some type of defining language in there. The question is, and I guess, we'll ask the manager about what his opinion is on this matter, because having dealt with it recently, so try to figure out what do you think would be the best course of action if you have an idea that if you're finding out that there's not going to be a quorum, should we have, we have to have, there has to be something in there so that the public is well aware of why a meeting was canceled. And even I can almost see where.
But I thought nobody's supposed to know the city manager or nobody's supposed to know that there's not going to be quorum because there's not enough commissioners coming. Nobody's supposed to know that. That's supposed to be done at the night of the meeting. Yes, and that,
Well, maybe I'll ask it a different way. And I think Commissioner Samari just gave his position, but I'm interested in as to the other two. Let's start with this. Who should have the authority to cancel a meeting? I would advise against that. I think the clerk or the manager.
past commissioners, who canceled the meeting? The commissioner. We had attorneys at the past meeting, so to say that because the attorneys are going to be costing us extra money is the reason why we want to do this. We have had in the past, we have had attorneys show up to every single commission meeting. We have had commission meetings in the past that were canceled when they came to a meeting. But it's funny on how this commission is worried about cost on certain things, but other things we're not worried about cost. The procedure is you come to the commission meeting, you take a roll call, we advertise. We advertise that we're going to have a commission meeting. People are going to show up. I just think that it has to be done the day of the event. Nobody's supposed to know that there's not going to be quorum. There should be nobody knows that until you.
Well, the manager may be aware if there's not going to be a quorum. For example, if within the month period between meeting to meeting, if individual commissioners notify the manager, listen, I'm not going to be available for the next month's meeting. If he finds that there's not a quorum,
then you have plenty of time to cancel it. Yes, I agree. That's different. But you're talking right here is the cancellation of a meeting. The city manager gets to cancel the meeting. That's not enough notice. According to our charter, if I'm correct, and correct me if I'm wrong, you have to give 24-hour notice. I mean, as far as when you're advertising, correct? When we advertise, we give 24 hours notice. If something comes up where there is either going to be a hurricane, so we know we're not going to have quorum, I just find it hard to believe that we're going to have a commission meeting where we know 2 months ahead of time that all 5 commissioners are not going to show up, or 3 of the commissioners are not going to show up, so that we need to cancel. You can do that at a commission meeting. We can do it let's say at the next commission. Now we know that the next commission meeting there's going to be 3 commissioners that are not going to attend. We as a commission can decide right on the spot that 3 commissioners are not going to meet. We know it's done publicly. Everything has to be done publicly. We still, and again, please don't interrupt me, thank you. We still haven't gotten the answer to why the March 5th meeting was canceled. I still have not gotten that answer. And that still seems to be the problem is until I get that answer, we're still giving the power to the city manager to cancel the meeting. I'm still looking forward to that answer. Thank you.
Yeah, if we're going to go back to the case, if the manager is aware that there's not going to be a quorum, and therefore he wants to cancel the meeting, what would preclude we could do it with just the manager being present with whatever commissioners are available to just simply show up here and then, state on the record for if there's anybody in the public there that there's no quorum present, so the meeting needs to be rescheduled or postponed or canceled.
A lot of people still feel that the deadline includes emergency at time, and if not, still feel that they find out that this is the reason.
But if the manager is aware that there's not going to be a quorum, he can notify the attorney that there's not going to be a quorum, and basically this is just simply the meeting is a 2-minute meeting simply to.
Here's to answer that question, and you answer this for me, city manager. that day that we had with Commissioner Tudor and the other commissioners were not going to be there, and I was the only one that showed up. The attorney was not here. You informed the attorney that there was going to be no meeting, correct? That there was no quorum, correct?
That's for a workshop, right?
No, it was not. Yeah, it was for a workshop? No.
Workshop. At the November meeting, the attorney.
Well, then it should have been, the attorney should not have been at a workshop anyway. So that's, okay, that ends it. But I well, I made a motion already, so I'm just waiting for a second, hopefully. Did it die? I don't think it died. You want a second? Waiting for a second? You were making the decision whether or not you were going to second or not. Not going to second? Fine.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, and this is, you know, this is one of the joys of the first reading. No, this is one of those areas where it can create such a potential conflict, and you know, I think this language we you know, maybe it's looking at what other municipalities, what kind of language they're using, and what.
Something to consider, since the cost seems to be the sticking point. If you don't want the manager of the authority to cancel the meeting, if you want that authority to stay with the commission, I would recommend exploring whether codifying the manager having authority to at least excuse the attorney in advance, because the manager knows the meeting, you know, won't have a quorum.
I don't have a
that,
problem with it.
because that would kind of reconcile the cost concern with the authority concern with the cancellation. Right. The manager has the ability to designate someone as a subordinate to fill so the meeting can proceed. And we've proceeded with meetings without the manager in the past. I know that this would change that, but sometimes perfection can be the death of progress. So what do we have a consensus on for the cancellation? Maybe we should work that way.
No.
My only concern is we're going to run into the same headache as before. Why don't we just, I mean...
How about if I make another motion? Another motion is, if there's a scheduled commission meeting, you show up the night of the commission meeting, take roll call. If there's no quorum, then you cancel it. That should be what it should be. Okay, well, that's what okay, then let's keep it the way it is. I would...
He was taking out the cancellation
No.
procedures.
Okay, the motion is, if there's a scheduled commission meeting or workshop, all the commissioners that can attend will show up, take a roll call, and if there's not a quorum, then you cancel the meeting. And if it means to excuse, if the city manager knows that there's not going to be a quorum, he doesn't announce it that there's not going to be a quorum, he can excuse the attorney. I have no problem with that.
I'll second that. Aye.
So just to confirm, the amendment that's going to be made to Section J, cancellation procedures, the cancellation authority sits with the commission. That's staying the same, so I'll add language to that effect. And then the only other thing that's really changing is you're codifying authority for the manager to excuse the attorney in advance of the meeting if the manager has knowledge that there will not be a quorum to proceed. That's the only thing that this section's going to say. Thank you.
Trying to take a look at page 3 of 17.
We did. Yeah.
I'm sorry, what page were you saying? 3?
Yep, 3 of 17 under
Thank you.
Sergeant at Arms.
Okay, I had comments about that as well.
Okay. Well, actually, let me hear from.
So, we might be discussing the same thing, but the draft says that the chief of police for the village or such other village official, employee, or other officer as the commission may designate shall be the sergeant at arms. I've conferred with the chief. We want to make sure we get this right, and we don't think that the chief of police should serve as the sergeant at arms in commission meetings. That being said, the authority to appoint and select should be with the chief of police. So that's my recommended change after conferring with the chief and the provisions of the charter regarding division of powers. And I also conferred with the manager about that, and he's in agreement. So,
Yeah.
With the sergeant, wasn't sure. I don't think we need a sergeant of arms. We have had in the past where we have had police officers at every single commission meeting. They have sit in the back, and they're in complete control. I do agree that the chief has the authority to handle any of this situation, but I just don't think we need to have a sergeant of arms sitting up here. We have this commission, I don't know how many, I keep on getting lose track of how many years, how many commissions we have had. We have never had a sergeant of arms sit up here. We have had a police officer. I think I don't think there was too many meetings that we didn't have a police officer. He shows up, came late because he was on a call, but we never had a problem. I just don't think we need a sergeant of arms at all. We don't.
I know in the past we have not had sergeant at arms, but in the past we've never had actual procedures, meeting procedures. I think we should have a sergeant at arms. The chief can designate who will be serving in that capacity. But I believe that it is a necessary role.
Maybe you misunderstood me. I have no problem with the sergeant of arms. What I have a problem is I have the sergeant of arms sitting up here. That's my problem. Sergeant of arms out in the crowd, like the chief is right now, and the officers that we have had in the past. We have always had a sergeant of arms. So if you misunderstand when I'm saying we shouldn't have any sergeant of arms or police officers here, I'm just saying we don't need to have a sergeant of arms sitting up here.
where is your proposed location? Just because law enforcement officers don't want to have their backs to the crowds if they're trying to maintain order. That's part of the concern.
Excuse me. We have always had, when police officers come, they have always been in the back, where they have watched people from front, or they have come over here and stand up here, or they have stand over there. I'm not. Please, settle down, please. Okay. The sergeant of arms we definitely need to have. I don't have a problem with sergeant of arms, but we don't need to have a sergeant of arms sitting up here. We can have a sergeant of arms, a police officer in the back, or even standing over there, wherever the police officer feels that is comfortable for him to be. We've always had that, and I don't know why all of a sudden we have it up here.
I can as well, but
go ahead, answer that,
you go ahead.
And I also believe.
media about them, and they were very uncomfortable, and they asked for some sort of reassurance that we had someone up here, Sergeant Barnes, at the dais.
If there's any, finish, I'm sorry.
And so, he's tall, and he's done, he really sits there, hopefully has to be nothing. But if this is true, that some people who don't threaten request.
And
there is already, if a resident feels that, if a commissioner feels that they're being threatened by residents, we already have on law, they can file a police report.
If I may,
Okay.
the commissioners weren't the only ones approaching village officials with concerns for their safety at these meetings. And upon receipt of more than one of those concerns, and it's true, commissioners were amongst them, but there were also residents in attendance. The chief and I had many meetings about how to protect the village and the police department while maintaining order and making residents feel safe, and commissioners feel safe. And the reality is, if you don't have something codified, you really can't do anything about it, and that creates a liability for the village of Biscayne Park. So, and that's in your charter. Your charter says that any regulation the commission wants to pass that would carry a penalty needs to be passed through an ordinance. So we went through many cases. The chief and I sat with case law like this from around the country, and we went through what we need to do to make sure that if anything happens, there's sufficient village code to protect the police department and whatever officer acts as sergeant at arms. And currently, you don't have a sergeant at arms provision in your code. You don't. And the case law is very clear that whatever procedures you want the sergeant at arms to have or not have, or authority you want them to have or not have, has to be in your code. Or you run the risk of a lawsuit if the sergeant at arms ever has to actually do anything to maintain order. And the chief can speak on it a little more, but without getting into details, because there's security issues, multiple residents have approached village officials about concerns for their safety in these meetings.
Madam Mayor, question. Chief. Finish my thought.
First and foremost, let me answer some of the questions that the attorney brought up. We had many discussions. So one of the things that I've been very, very firm on since I took the role as police chief is the fact that my function as the law enforcement official of the village is to make sure that everything we do and how we go about our business is always lawful and within the color of the law. Having said that, when there was a decision made that we were going to have a sergeant of arms, or we were going to have an officer, whether we had an officer here, and they were going to preside or have the ability to be able to take any sort of action. We had the discussion that the commission needed to adopt some sort of authority that allows that individual to take such actions. We looked at cases like in Key West and in other places where the law enforcement official had to take action, and either an ordinance wasn't there, and that violated the rights of the resident, or where there was ordinances in place, and it allowed the village to take action when people became extremely disruptive, or there were issues that occurred where there was fighting or any other issues. Do we have laws in place right now in the books? Yes, we have laws in the books, but these are specific rules that govern, guide, and provide policy for the sergeant of arms or the officer. Whether you have the officer, like everybody says, standing in a corner over there, it allows them to have the ability and the enforcement authority. That's to answer that question. My biggest concern, and I discussed this with both the manager and with the attorney, was that whatever actions we took, whatever language, and to me it's important, in 2 sections, I talked to the attorney to make sure that it's there. We use the word lawful. So if we're going to ask somebody to remove somebody from the meeting, it needs to be lawful. And whatever steps, A, B, C, D, E, and then removal, those individuals are clear. They know that step 1 happened, step 2 happened, step 3 happened. Okay, now it's step 4. You've been asked to please step outside. So it's clear. We have to have, if we're going to have a sergeant of arms, or even a uniform officer, that's here to protect everyone. Okay, and I tell people I'm in Switzerland. Okay, I'm in the middle here. I'm here to abide the law. If we're gonna have an officer here for these meetings, there have to be policies and procedures in place.
Okay. Let me see if I can explain. I'm not against what you're trying to do with the Sergeant of Arms. I agree with you 100%. My biggest concern is, do we have to have the Sergeant of Arms sit up here? Can the Sergeant of Arms still do his job? Because all the procedures, I agree with you. I have no problem with the procedures that you're trying to do. My question is, does the Sergeant of Arms have to sit up at the podium?
The question you're asking me is a political question. So, and I mean this with the utmost respect. I did not choose. I made no decision at any time.
I never said you
No,
did.
I know. I just want to put that on record.
No, I want to, if you tell
select the Sergeant of Arms.
Yeah, I'm sorry. If you're telling me that it is important for the Sergeant of Arms to sit up here, then I would say, okay, I'm for it. But if you're telling me that you can still do what you need to do, setting the policies, and I do want policies to be set for Sergeant of Arms. If that's getting turned around where it seems like I'm against that, I'm not. My biggest concern is, does the Sergeant of Arms have to sit up here? Can you still do your job where the Sergeant of Arms are sitting out there, where the residents are not feeling intimidated? Yes, thank you.
First and foremost, let me just clarify something for the record. Again, this is not, when I had the discussion with the manager and the attorney, at no point was the thought of intimidating, precluding people from attending meetings or having people feeling uncomfortable. That's not that never crossed our minds. The thought was, if and when anything ever happens, like we have around the country, things are happening all the time, that we have somebody here at a meeting that can act and that has some sort of authority. I don't play that game. I want to be crystal clear. And those who know me here, you know that I don't play that, and I'm not going to accept that. I'll walk out. But because I'm here to obey the law. So if the question you're asking me, I'm going to answer you 100% to the point. As a law enforcement officer, I feel the fact that he has a better vision of the room from this angle. He's able to not only see what's happening at the dais a little better, but in the public. Or if somebody comes in through a door, except this one, unfortunately, his back is to this one.
Well, I think that one's okay.
No, it's okay. I mean,
I think that's okay.
yeah. So the bottom line, to answer your question, Commissioner, I think strategically, tactically, I think in the front, the person sitting in the front is an ideal situation. Now, that is not my choosing. I don't come here for that. I don't come here for the politics of it. Whatever the commission chooses or asks, or the manager directs me, if he tells me, Chief, I would like you to put the Sergeant of Arms on by the camera. That's up to the manager and the commission to direct me. Strategically, I think that this is a point of advantage for him.
And legally,
Since-
I like that the Sergeant at Arms is being recorded. It protects the village if allegations are made later.
Since I've been a commissioner, I have attended many other other cities, and I have never, out of all the commission meetings that I've gone, that I've seen the Sergeant of Arms sit right up in front in the same area as that. They have been near it. I'm not saying he can't be over there, or he can move around. It's intimidation having up here.
I
That's
can
big.
speak to that as well. The village's layout is very unique when compared to other jurisdictions. You're a historical building. Most jurisdictions, the dais is higher, and it's more like a judicial bench, and you're kind of looking down, and there's a distance there. There's no physical distance between the commissioners and the people of this room just because of the layout of this building, and it's historic, so it's probably not going to change. So in light of the concerns that were raised by certain members of the public attending the meetings and commissioners that were sitting on the other side of this dais, those had to be seriously considered. And from a legal perspective, without getting too much into security meetings, my position as village attorney is, how many of these concerns are we going to receive before we document taking some sort of action to protect the village? If something ever does happen, it can't appear that we receive emails, commissioners are approached by residents saying they don't feel safe at the meetings anymore, so they're not going to attend. People are contacting the police department about incidents that happen at these meetings, and we don't do anything. And then something happens. That is a bad record to have factually if you get sued because an incident happens at a meeting. So that was the genesis of the communications with myself, the manager, and the chief, because at some point we had to document that we were really considering what the residents were saying and we weren't ignoring their concerns. So we had security meetings and reviewed what the complaints were, and we talked about it several times. And I don't think everyone knew that. I don't even think the commissioners knew that. That was more administration, but that was going on behind the scenes, and we were taking it seriously, because if we kept ignoring them and didn't do anything and something happened, that's a really bad record when you get sued.
I just want to add something to kind of answer your question on the people feeling intimidated. One of the things that when the manager, myself, and the attorney discussed this, one of the things that I pleaded and asked for was that the Sergeant of Arms dress in a suit and wear an ID, so you don't have that uniform officer presence where you really feel someone on top of you. When I come up here to the dais and I'm speaking to you now, is because this is all factual. That was the intent, and that's why he's a volunteer officer, a reserve officer that comes here day in, day out, and to these meetings and sits there, and he does this out of the goodness of his heart because he believes in what he's doing. So I'm telling you that this, in my opinion, is a strategic point. Now, if the commission chooses another place they believe that he should sit, then that's fine. My only concern also is when we adopt this ordinance, if it's adopted, that that we put the word lawful in there for the removal of individuals to make sure that the village is not put in liability.
Madam Mayor, Madam Mayor, my question is, Madam Mayor, question for the attorney. Excuse me. Madam Mayor, question for the attorney. You have been talking about the security situation. Was the mayor invited to any of these meetings? If so, why wasn't the rest of the commissioners? Because we are one of 5 commissioners.
I'll speak to that. I invited the mayor to some, not all, some of the meetings because she is the presiding officer of the village, and I wanted to update her on the case law that the chief and the manager and I discussed and what her parameters and limitations were as the presiding officer of the meetings.
That information should have also been shared with the rest of the and it wasn't.
They would have been subject to public records law at that point. We would have had to have a sunshine meeting. I mean, I don't understand.
Question is, there's 5 commissioners here. Anytime that you're discussing items with the mayor are supposed to be according to our charter, and it's in there, and I forgot the section, but I had it where anything that is discussed is supposed to be discussed with all 5, not at the same time. Of course, that'd be sunshine. But there's no reason why I, as a commissioner, have not been updated on items that you're discussing with the mayor.
How would I update you on items I'm discussing with the
You could have called me on
mayor?
items that you're going to discuss with the mayor.
That would be a sunshine law
No, it's not.
violation.
You're allowed to discuss, you're allowed to meet with me and discuss, right? Aren't you? Yeah, I didn't know that you were having these meetings with the mayor in reference to this, until I see the bill. I didn't know that you were having these, that there was concerns about security. Nobody informed me as a commissioner. I mean, I can't speak for any other commissioner. I was informed until tonight, telling me that there was security concerns. I should have been informed as a commissioner. There's 1 of 5 commissioners. The mayor runs the meetings. That's what the mayor is responsible. You're supposed, there's 1 of 5 commissioners. So is the other commissioners.
Or whoever ends up sitting in this thing. Because it's one of the things sitting right here or something like that. You're responsible for the safety of people here. And people have to be told, you don't want to come to me, afraid to come to me. There's a lot of things going on. This was the solution that was recommended. I'm going to make a motion because we keep it limited. That stays exactly as it is said. Doesn't, I don't believe that.
And we also discussed changing that the chief does not serve as the sergeant at arms, but the chief is one who appoints the sergeant at arms.
Right, so with those changes, I think we're going to that is moving forward.
For F?
Yes.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Well, the case law is clear that the presiding officer is charged with, and I don't think the chief needs anyone to speak for him, right? I have. We've discussed the presiding officer issue ad nauseum.
I thought, if I'm correct, I thought that no commissioner was to instruct any member of the staff, only the city managers.
Commission meetings are special and unique. There is a joint authority when it comes to the presiding officer of commission meetings. Whoever sits in the presiding officer's seat is charged with maintaining decorum, and because that decorum may have to be maintained through the sergeant at arms that is appointed and answers to the chief, there is crossover authority in that unique situation, and the case law is very clear on that. We've discussed it at length, and I know people may not like that, but I'm not here to tell you what people like or don't like. That's what the state of Florida says. That's what the Supreme Court of Florida says. That's what case law all over the country says. So the presiding officer, whoever has the gavel, has the ability to direct the sergeant at arms once you've codified that a sergeant at arms should be at commission meetings.
1 second. Do we give that authority to make it the presiding officer and the police chief so that there is, I want to make sure that there's, that the legal aspects of that are
They have
covered.
that separate section because they're calling it the, what is it calling that? Yes, sir, I don't know.
I just want to confirm which section we're in because I'm taking notes on. We're in still in F. I'm sorry, Village Manager. Do you mind clarifying which section?
The sergeant brought to carry out all of the instructions given by the presiding officer and
Well, they.
see, no, I understand, but my concern is that, and say we have Philip Hernandez, the mayor at some point, and says that.
Can y'all please, everybody, please just let us have this conversation, be respectful.
So say we have someone as mayor who is instructing the sergeant at arms, who is a police officer, to do something that's unlawful, I want the chief or myself or someone else to have a voice there to protect that officer.
I think, just so you know, we did discuss that. Yeah, it's in the procedures later on. There's an override provision. I know we discussed that in the workshops. Right, I remember. Okay. Yes, it's on page 10, subsection E, commission override and reinstatement. The commission may, by a simple majority vote, override the presiding officer's removal determination and reinstate an individual's ability to attend any meeting or public workshop. So, in the Attila the Hun example, the other commission members can all look at each other and say, no, motion to override that decision, take a vote, and it doesn't happen. This contemplates that. We discussed that in the workshops for quite a bit because of that concern.
Yeah. I was just going to reiterate that at the workshop, this was thrown there because of the concern of when you have a presiding officer who, let's say goes rogue and wants to start throwing everybody out, you'll have the commission who can, override and rein that in and help restore order. Yeah.
Well, because Paul is a police officer, I want to protect him legally and protect his certification. I don't want him to be instructed to do something that could put him at risk.
Well, I think the chief wants to speak to it as well.
Mr. Manager, Madam Attorney, I had said it before, I'll repeat it again, I used the word lawful. There's a big concern that I have stressed that once an officer, a law enforcement officer, has to act as a law enforcement officer to remove somebody from a meeting, it has to be based on a lawful directive and one that is substantiated or supported by the law, either state statute, ordinance, or anything else. So that's part of the discussion and the dialogue we've all had in the meetings.
One of the arguments was there was a code. It has to be crystal clear code. There's nothing like having a book full of law, but if they're not there, you create a whole other level of problems that are exaggerated. And so I absolutely, as a design officer, long past when I'm gone, if you're ever sitting in this chair, should have those same rules. And the whole commission should have a shared responsibility in that overriding that committee. It is shared responsibility. It's not sitting in sit with one person.
So what it means, what we're saying now is, and now I'm a little confused. So before the removal of somebody, then the commission will vote once a presiding officer? Is that what we're saying?
If I, as a presiding officer, go to the room,
Maybe say like Jane Doe, like former.
So Jane Doe was sitting in the chair next to us, and I go to Jane Doe. If the commission doesn't agree with the decision, they have the override to override in that decision.
I think the chief wants, and I don't speak for the chief, but some law enforcement override ability. I think that's what's
lawful, correct?
Right.
If what I'm doing is unlawful, it's been added already. It's been added, people said it doesn't add.
Yeah, it's in there. I didn't know they did. No, you did.
Yeah.
You did.
I think.
Now that lawful's been added, that means that the presiding officer, who, by the way, is fairly quiet now, we can feel free to come and have a conversation. If we need to protect our officer because we don't want any kids with that sign off. We believe that would create an issue for that officer. So we want to protect the public, protect the commission, protect the officer, and I'm hoping that we protect the administrative staff.
And on that note, there were a lot of comments earlier on about this ordinance. For those who were not in the workshop, the template that was used in the workshops is the county's commission meeting procedures. And it was tailored over several meetings to consider that. That being said, the presiding officer of a meeting, irrespective of the form of government, is charged with and is responsible to maintain order in meetings. So we spent a lot of time, several hours, going through this, discussing it, removing quite a bit, and reconciling it with the village's form of government.
And on page 3 of 17, G, regular meetings. I know there was some concern residents about there may be some conflict with the charter. I just want to make sure that we ensure that there's no conflict with the charter. Because I know, for example, charter talks about hold at least 11 regular monthly meetings in each calendar year at such times and places that commission may prescribe by rule. I think what we have here should be fine with that.
I agree.
I don't think it should conflict. I think actually it's just defining it a little bit more.
Right. I think this speaks more to scheduling than the number required. The charter speaks to the number required, and it says that you need 11.
And I would put the third sentence, the village commission may publicly vote to reschedule any I would just put that after the first sentence where you're talking about when the first Tuesday of each month, 7 p.m. And then have that third sentence right behind it. It's I think a better flow. Here's the meetings and the commission can change it.
It should also say that when it says first commission should be held the first Tuesday of each month at 7 p.m. First off, there should be 12 meetings, not 11, which is 12 months. Should be where. Finish my thought. I lost my thought. But it should state in here that it's the first Tuesday of each month, but there should be things that come up, like a special alert. It should say in there why it would not be held the first Tuesday of the month. It can be because of a hurricane or something like that. I want a language in there that says... otherwise, due to...
That's fine.
Yes. And then I know we have regular meetings shall adjourn no later than 11 p.m. I like the practice we've done before where if we want to extend it an extra 10, 15 minutes, if there's an agreement by a majority of the commission that we extend that, I like to have that language in there because it is very helpful. And we do have, surprisingly, some very hot button issues that come up here that drag on, like this one.
You just stole my thought.
I heard your thunder and I took it.
Do you mind just repeating that, Commissioner Tudor?
Where what's currently the second sentence, regular meetings shall adjourn no later than 11 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to include language in there where, unless by majority vote of the commission.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, because that's typically how we operate. We try to end at 11, but there have been those cases where, it's been an important enough matter we want to go ahead and by the majority commission's on board, we want to extend the meeting.
Okay, and then, I'm sorry, Mayor. I had a question about the change you discussed before this change with respect to if the first Tuesday of the month may fall on a national holiday or something like that. Do you want language that says that the default would be the second Tuesday in that instance, or do you? Okay. That's right. So we can add a sentence in there that clarifies that the charter only requires 11 a year.
Okay, but what would the reason why we wouldn't have 12 meetings?
Yeah, our charter is...
Okay, I have, okay.
No, that's all I had.
I have, one is resolution 2013-22, which states that we should have consensus in those resolutions around the ordinance prior to doing so, and I'd like to see that clarified in the procedure. It's not,
it's not in here.
I think it should be clarified, it's currently in the resolution, and I think it should be clarified in the
Correct. Yes.
Okay, there's a consensus on that?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, Mayor, do you mind repeating that resolution number for reference? Thank you. So you're proposing removing the word action from section 7 on page 7 of 17? To what agenda?
Just trying to think. If I could see having,
Yes, and there's language that allows for an exception to be made. It wouldn't be right, but during agenda approval, right? Because presumably all the commissioners in the past 24, 40 hours in advance of the meeting, they've reviewed the materials to prepare for the meeting. During agenda approval, a commissioner, and you could do this now if you wanted to, announce their intent to be a co-sponsor for an agenda item when approving the agenda at the beginning of the meeting. That's not really a practice that Biscayne Park does, but you could do it. And then I didn't get a directive from the. I just don't want to lose this spot. I didn't get a directive from the commission on that action language. I have some comments for the commission as well, albeit brief. There were a lot of resident comments about the procedures applying to the commissioners as well. If we go to page 8 of 17, subsection 2, that would be where you would add that. I think it's kind of implied, but it's the point is well taken that it should be expressly stated. It's expressly stated for village staff members, but that's the proposed place that I would add it if the commission wants to make it express.
Yeah, I would make it express. That's really the intent, is that
right.
This is to govern people on both sides of the dais.
Okay, so,
At least. Yeah.
okay, thank you. And I'm just making sure. Those were all my questions for the commission. Thank you.
I make a motion to approve first reading of ordinance 2019-06 with the recommended changes.
I'll second it. Aye.
Just a point of clarification, because there's been talk. You have to have a roll call because it's an ordinance, and then I have a question after that.
Mayor Turpin? Vice Mayor Tudor?
Yes.
Commissioner Samaria?
Yes.
There's been discussion tonight about the second reading not taking place in January, just because the second reading is going to require advertising, which is an expense to the village. I would just, before we move on to another item, while we're talking about this ordinance, can we get a point of clarification for the clerk as to when this is coming up for second reading? Because once it's set, we have to advertise 10 days before, and that comes at an expense to the village. So we should be clear and talk about that in the sunshine now before we move on.
It should be either in January. I would really rather to be in February to give the new commission a chance in January, because they're going to be sworn in and give them a chance to look it up.
Yeah, I'm fine with having it, the second reading in February.
Okay, thank you.
Was resolution 10A, that isn't that the board?
Resolution number 2019-31, resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, ratifying the selection and appointment of board members to the Biscayne Park Foundation, providing for an effective date.
We have two applicants with the Park Foundation, Gonzalez and Katie. And both applied and interest. So it would be up to the commission to decide if they wish to appoint them.
Wait for
I'll make a motion to approve. Yeah.
What?
We got to fix that door, because I shouldn't have been able to do it up in the back. Thank goodness I don't have the old mics. That would have been a problem. Anyway, so I like to, I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Aye.
I had a comment on this one. Kate Eaton serves on the Charter Review Advisory Board. Just to confirm, the Biscayne Park Foundation is not a village board, correct? It is a nonprofit organization? Okay, thank you.
Okay, good. I'm just want to just repeat some of the stuff, because it's been almost 3 months. The law will hold the wrongdoing individuals accountable for their actions and protect these employees who report them from risking their jobs. Currently, whistleblower who is fired in retaliation will need to hire an attorney to file action to get their job back. Union contract employees included. The law is already written by county attorneys. Investigators are handled by county agencies, and the expense to the village is only the cost of following the documentation provided by the county, advertisement, and adopting in-op for the village, appointing a point person to receive whistleblower complaints, and that person may even be outside county or the partner agency. By taking these steps, we will show our employees that we appreciate their loyalty and support their right to in non-hostile environment. I'm hoping that this commission, as I said before, I can't see why this commission will not support protecting our employees. I think at the, and Mayor, I'm trying to remember, it was two commissioners that had basically the biggest concern was the $82,000 cost. I think that the person explained it tonight about the cost. So I don't think there should be any other reason that we don't do it. And I would like to move forward to have this put into an ordinance. And I would like, and to save, because I know the first thing people are going to say is going to be the attorney fees to draft this ordinance. Dade County has already an ordinance that we could adopt. There's some stuff that we can change in there, like Dade County to Biscayne Park. There isn't that much changes that needs to be done. So if we decide to go forward, I would like for us to adopt the ordinance with changes, of course, of what Dade County has. And I'd like to hear the rest of the commissioners' opinion on this.
I have throughout this ordinance, I think that we have federal and state whistleblower protection already. This is almost redundant. With that, I was asked to get costs on this. There's so many speculative items here. This ordinance that in order to really get costs that we could budget for, I would need to do that in RFP, and I'm happy to do that if that's the commission's directive. But that will be additional work, additional cost for this. We do not have an HR department. So without a human resources department, right now if there's an employee who has an issue, they would go to the clerk and report it. If that issue was with me anyway. And so if it was anyone else, it would come to me. So with that, we would really need to outsource this to get it out of the village, to keep the confidentiality with the whistleblower as well, and to provide them. Assuming that, I'm not manager here, then we know that, we don't know who will be here next, and I can say that I can protect the whistleblower, but I can't say the next person will do it. So, I think that's something that we need to look at, is that this should be out so that we can be able to do it.
Two points, and if I think of others, I'll let you know. But the two big things are, I just want to make clear, I agree that this should be outsourced. The size, and I'll tell you why. The size of your employees is what, 10?
Administrative employees.
Yeah.
We have 5. In the police department, we have non-union. Okay. Yeah. The chief,
Okay, so because of the small size, and after my communications with the manager about availability, I don't think it's feasible for the village to keep this, what this ordinance would require in-house, for several reasons. One, from a legal perspective, because you are so small, if there ever was a whistleblower complaint, probably every one of your employees would be a witness in some way, shape, or form, and would therefore be conflicted out of handling the compliance aspect of what this ordinance would mandate. That's one. Two, and I have not researched this, but your FMIT policy will defend the village if you are sued under the existing state and federal whistleblower statutes. This would expose the village to a separate type of whistleblower investigation, and I have no idea if FMIT would cover you for that because it's not a lawsuit. That's a cost that no one's addressed yet and should be explored. Third, and I inquired about it when the representative spoke earlier, the way Sunshine Law works is during an active investigation, the records are exempt. Once the investigation is closed, those records are open to the public. They're in the sunshine. The statute of limitations is several years to sue for that. So the way this ordinance is drafted, a whistleblower would not be waiving anything by going to the county first. So that means they could go to the county could open an investigation, interview a bunch of village employees, maybe get admissions, and then say, oh, there's not enough meat here for us or whatever, we're closing it. Now, all of those interviews, all of those statements are public records, and someone could turn around and then sue the village, and we didn't get litigation protection during that time period, and we were still exposed to liability. And that's a legal concern that I have for the village, because this, you could essentially be fighting the same fight twice. And if the first round is with the county, I don't think your insurance provides coverage for that, and that's an attorney expense you would need to consider.
Yeah, I'll go. To kind of, I guess, follow up a little bit on one of the statements that the attorney was making about, and I mentioned it when the representative, after giving the presentation, is that given our staff size, this is going to have to be a position, a third party, an independent individual who's going to handle this aspect, because there is going to be a cost to having somebody run this program. Page, what's labeled handwritten 9, it's at the bottom of the page, it's 9. Section 1, they talk about county technical support for municipal employee protection. Well, they're talking about giving us technical support simply to develop the processes and procedures. However, when you go to C, it's clear that the technical support is not intended to replace the municipality's own commitment of resources to develop a system for the intake, processing, and documentation of disclosures of violations. So we have to know what that cost is going to be to have somebody run this program for us. Because we're going to have somebody here, and you'd want them to be independent of our current employees. My concern with that, if we go that route, first of all, I need to know what the cost would be to bring that person on. The other issue is who actually brings that person on. I would argue that it should be a person who's appointed by the commission, because you want this individual. What you don't want is not this manager. You have a rogue manager down the road who doesn't like the person who's handling. He gets wind that there's a whistleblower complaint against him, and so what does he do? He terminates the individual who's managing the program. So I think you would want to have that safeguard by having the commission be the ones to appoint the individual under that program. So there's a lot of, so while I think I would like to be able to have this whistleblower ordinance, the only thing that I'm still missing is the actual, the cost associated with it. Because we have to know that. And I understand that some comments have been made that, the commission worries about costs on some occasions and not costs on other occasions. Well, I worry about, I don't mind spending the money. I just need to know what the money is going to be, because there is going to be a cost to the village.
I thought at the last...
That's really I don't have an issue with the rest of it. The only concern I have, or the only question that I have yet to actually have answered, other than the fact that when knowing that we're going to have somebody managing this program, is just going to be the cost. What is going to be the cost to the village to manage this program? Because there is going to be a cost, not just for personnel, but also you got to, IT as well. So that's the only thing that's really missing. And in the presentation, of course, because each municipality is different, the speaker couldn't give us the ballpark or give us an idea of what the cost of the municipality, because it varies. And then the only city that I was told that has opted into it is the city of Miami, which is a completely different beast than what we are. They can afford to have their own department management. So that's the only thing. If I have more clarity on the cost to the village, it's an easier discussion to have. And I'm done.
I'm sorry, Mayor. Each page has two sets of page numbers. Are you reading page numbers from the top or the bottom?
Yeah, the handwritten numbers.
Okay.
The technical support referenced in subsections 1A and B above is not intended to replace the municipality's own commitment of resources to develop a system for the intake, processing, and documentation of disclosure of violations of agricultural actions and investigation of complaints. We would have to pay for the county to do this. We're paying the county to do it. And, yeah, absolutely. And with any and all complaints from anyone, anywhere. We should not be using public money to protect individuals and corporations. It should be part of anybody's protected money, not everybody's protected money. It is their reason. They don't consider it to be sued and they're regulated by enjoy our right to self-determination as a municipality. Commissioner Serrano, do not research whether or not the litigation or individual actions will be covered by a transfer of FMIC or a saving one C, the taxpayers will be billed to bill. The manager, the finance director, and the attorney are not supporting these items. This is unnecessary and frankly irresponsible. The Miami-Dade legal team lobbied with all the sponsors of the bill to allow for a voluntary opt-in and to place unnecessary burden on small municipalities and its based on that rule. We have enough liability, limited staff in the commission without inflicting more burden on taxpayers at $9.7 million for 15 employees. We cannot sit in this matter, and it serves no purpose, as whistleblowers are already protected by state and federal law, and to what the attorney says, we can cover the rest of our needs. So we can cover. Tonight is the first step in deciding the commission whether to move forward to directly and to raffle or to opt-in to the adopted Constitutional Voting Act. Because you must adopt it in entirety, you cannot, it's a minimum standard, you can't take pieces out. To protect the employees and the person. It is perfect.
No, that's not true.
I make a motion that we do not direct the
Yeah, thank you. I'm not shocked by this. I don't know why I was. I remember when Commissioner Weiss and the mayor, and I can't remember which meeting's been so much, that we instructed when they were concerned about the cost, we instructed the city manager to come back with the cost on what everything was going to come. I don't see that. I don't see the cost. Unless I heard it wrong, we did instruct the city manager to come back with what the cost of this whole thing is going to be. The League of Cities is in favor of this, and they were against. For Dade County, doesn't mean we have to take exactly, I didn't say we have to adopt this completely. First off, we need to have it to put into an ordinance, but it seems that this is where a full commission would have made, again, as I talked before, where we need to have a full commission when it determines money-wise. I'm shocked that this commission doesn't want to protect our employees. I'm not surprised by it, but I won't go into my reasons why I believe that. We don't have to adopt this whole policy. We can come up with our own different policies. Of course, we don't have commercial. I don't think we're going to have as much problems as everybody's making out to be. But I don't know why. Maybe I should have pulled this item, and I was thinking about it last night. But I was going to pull this item and save it for the new commission. But I thought that this commission was going to have the courage to at least go forward with this. This was a discussion, to go forward and to put into an ordinance, and then if they decided to vote it down in an ordinance, they would have done it. I'm going to find out if it's legally I can do it. If this commission votes this discussion down, not to have this discussion, I am going to bring it back when the new commission comes in, and maybe I'll get a different response to where at least 5 members will be able to make that decision. And again, the 5 members might decide that they don't want to do this. I just thought that this commission would at least want to have it move forward, to have an ordinance, put into an ordinance, and then we can have discuss whether or not what changes we could have made. But we don't have any of the stuff that was requested. And like I said, I'll find out if I can legally do it, since the attorney's back. If this commission decides to vote down on this discussion, can I bring it back, Madam Attorney?
1.
I want to bring it back for the, well, it depends on what, there's 3 people here that are running. I'm just asking a question out loud. Would the 3 commissioners, 3 people that are running, feel that they can make their decision or enough information for the January meeting? Or if you need to move it to the February, then I'll move it to the February meeting.
I'm sorry.
I'm not asking. Okay, well then, okay, make it simple. Okay, I want it to move to the January meeting. Make it very simple. I mean, make it February meeting, excuse me, February meeting. I want to move this to the February meeting to be brought back. First off, I'm sorry, jumping your ears. First off, I'm jumping ahead again. We haven't known whether or not, I'm just going by the discussion that I'm hearing tonight. Let's first go by whether or not we are moving this to go to an ordinance. And then I can...
That's my recommendation, because your question might be moot.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I apologize for that, but it's just shocked.
Well, nothing precludes the commission from passing legislation in general. You have the authority to say, hey, I like this part, but I only like this part, so let's just proceed with an ordinance on this section. That being said, if your question is really about whether that would be in compliance with opting in under the county's eyes, that's a different question, and it's contingent upon what you would want to include or not include. There's the potential that you could proceed with a few parts and the county would not honor it as an opt-in to their program.
And if it's not if the county, because the county, if they're requiring that it meets the state, if we create our own, you have to meet the state requirements as well as the minimum requirements, which start on page 10 all the way to the end. So if we carved out some of the issues that may raise concerns, the county's not going to consider it to be an opt-in.
There's that chance. I don't speak for the county, but I think that's the concern that the mayor has with piecemeal passing parts of it.
And if we're not opt-in, and we want to pass our own whistleblower protection, we're still going to have to go through the process of finding out the cost, because now it'll be just solely on us to create policies and procedures.
There'll be a difference. I mean, if we have our own, we're not reporting to the county, we're not reporting, and all of that would go with it.
Mm-hmm.
And
sometimes in the effort to have the ability of being protected, actually creating an unnecessary factor. When you're talking about liquid expense, this is not money expense. This is not a couple $1,000. If something goes forward and something goes wrong, this is going to be huge. And why would you expose yourself to that? As a commission is giving up their protecting taxpayers' money. Why would you do that if there already is an ordinance that is state and why would you do that? And what I also ask the question is, why is there expansive use of money and yet none of these operating there is a reason for that. There's a lot more than this for the single piece of title that is released. And that is my guess.
Okay, I'd like to make my motion. In order to better protect our employees, Miami-Dade County passed the whistleblower protection ordinance September 4th, 2019. I believe we owe it to our employees to protect them in the same way. So I make a recommendation that we move forward with an ordinance, first reading, and we get all the expenses and all that it's going to cost and all that stuff that everybody up in this commission seems to be the big thing. Do all the research and put it into an ordinance. Well, no, everybody's questioning. Excuse me. Everybody's questioning the cost and everything. I still think that I make a motion that we go to a first reading for an ordinance. Put this into an ordinance form. I don't seem to, any of the stuff that we pass, we always, If we put it into a workshop, we put it into an ordinance. There's no reason why we can't move forward an ordinance. And then if you people decide you want to vote down the ordinance, vote down it. But at least the ordinance will be done for when the next commission comes in and they can have the first reading. Because we tend to seem to forget. And this was done the same thing when I ran and Commissioner Harvey ran. Don't take in consideration that there's going to be 2 new people sitting on this seat. I think we have to start listening to the people that are running in this election 1 month away. I can understand if it was 4 or 5 months away and you decide you don't want to do this. So I move this to make this into a first read, make this into an ordinance for first reading. Okay, so then I can bring it back in February. Okay, thank you. Actually, yes.
I don't think he already made the motion. It failed, so there's, yeah, I don't think there's a need for.
Well, I know that Ms. Dillon spoke on it before, but it might be appropriate for her. It's really her item. She's requesting something from the commission. I don't know. Or Ms. Hamelbrook, sorry, she's requesting it.
I made my presentation. We're requesting permission from the commission to hold a Meet the Candidates Night on December 19th from approximately 7 to 9 p.m. in the Recreation Center, and to have the fees waived for the rental of that building because it is a community function.
So, my legal recommendation is that the fee not be waived. If the village wants to make a facility available to a resident who requests access to it, that should, especially with an election, that should just be in due course. Whatever I don't know what the fee would be for the rec center or the log cabin, but waiving it would create a potential problem. I've spoke with the clerk about this. I've spoken with the manager about this. There's Department of State advisory opinions the statute that is discussed in those opinions is attached. It's statute 106.113, and the Department of State cautions local governments against commingling their municipal resources to discuss campaign-related issues during election time. So, while there's nothing stopping the commission from making a facility available to a resident who wants to use it to do a meet and greet during an election, I would caution the commission against waiving the fee. I know that's been done in the past, but I have concerns that runs afoul of 106.113, and the Department of State opinions that I reviewed on the issue are disfavorable to waiving the fee. That being said, if it was strictly factual and campaign-related issues did not come up, but that doesn't sound like what this would be. It sounds like there would be Q&A and things like that. It's my recommendation that the village maintain some distance from it and not waive the fee. Alternatively, the village hosting it itself and making it available to all residents. But since the item before the commission is about a fee waiver, my legal recommendation is that the fee not be waived.
So the question is that, can the commission fee? I mean, or is a private, let me rephrase that. Can a private individual, and I'm a commissioner, I have a company, if my company sponsors and pays the fee. Okay. Yeah, please.
I'm shocked that you would question this, only because, yes, it's a precedent. We have done it. Every election that I have lived in this community, when we had this event, there was no charge for using our own public facility. It's not a village-sponsored anything. The proposed flyer that we were going to send out to all the residents clearly states that it's sponsored by residents. It's not a village function, and it's so that everyone who lives here has an opportunity to learn more about the candidates running for these positions.
Right, and I think that's the distinction and that's the issue. Either the village needs to just host it, or if the resident is requesting access and a fee waiver, I advise against the fee waiver. The distinction is that it going through a resident to discuss campaign-related issues, the Department of State has cautioned several municipalities against such an arrangement. But if the village has no problem with just hosting like a town hall or a Q&A, then the village should just do that.
Let me take a second. Looking at 106.113, number 2, it seems to be more focused on a local government or a person acting on behalf of a local government. This would be private citizens asking if we would do a fee waiver. I would have a bigger issue if the village hosted an event. Because I think the village...
I don't like that either.
Yeah,
I'm just saying that would resolve the 106 issue.
Because I think the village and I think commissioners should be out and not even have their fingerprints on elections, leave it to the residents. But I think it's private citizens coming up and asking if we're going to waive the fee, the rental fee. We've done it historically. I personally don't think it would run afoul of 106.113. I personally would like to continue that practice. I think it's a good practice for the commission to agree to waive the fee so that the private resident can put on this event for other residents.
The Department of State. On a personal, I think it's great, and I think that the village and the residents should do it, but my job is to tell you what the risks are, and there's opinions out there that say you should really keep things separated, and the rec center or the log cabin is a village resource, and if a private citizen wants to host an election-related event regarding the candidates or the issues up for election, and we waive the fee, that could be construed as commingling village resources with a campaign. And I spoke with board-certified government attorneys in my firm, very senior attorneys in my firm about this before I presented this to the manager and the clerk. It's a consistent concern. That being said, the commission's going to do what the commission wants to do, but that's the advice of counsel.
Okay, question, Madam Mayor. Question. Residents are allowed to hold an event, and we waive fees. It doesn't say that we can't have this event. Rules on what event we can have. Resident is allowed to rent the hall And that's what they're doing. They're renting the hall for this town hall meeting, or for this thing. And they're asking, as individuals, for us to waive a fee. I can't believe we're spending this much time on this, doing this. This is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, I appreciate that you're trying to protect the village. I appreciate that, but this is ridiculous. A resident is allowed to have an event. They're having an event. We should be able to waive the fee. I like to make a just because it doesn't seem... It's $40. Okay, I'm sorry. It's 40. Okay, for the big room, it's yes. Okay. Let me see. The small room is $40 for resident, $50 for resident for the big room. That's what it is. Per hour. Excuse me. Per hour. Yes, I forgot. 2 hours.
I mean, I can understand there being some concern if this was an event being hosted, for a single candidate. But it's more of an informational event for residents to know multiple of the candidates.
It's a town hall meeting.
And I understand there may be the case law out there, but
it's a town hall meeting.
I haven't had an opportunity I haven't had the case law presented to be able to look at it to make that determination. So just
it's a town hall.
Here,
it's a town hall meeting, is what it is, and it just happens to be questions that are going to be asked. That's all this is. It's a town hall meeting.
When you say we, what do you mean?
It's out.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep, I agree.
And to be clear, I have no doubt about that. That's not what I'm suggesting.
I guess my question is, like I said, over the 40 years that I've lived here, we've had 3 other attorneys. No one has ever denied the group that wanted to host this event. I don't understand this at all. I really don't.
A lot has happened in Biscayne Park before I was village attorney, and I really don't feel comfortable commenting on what other village attorneys did.
Okay. Can I? Whatever. Okay. Madam Mayor, can I make a motion, please? Yes.
Please.
Okay.
Well, please.
Madam Mayor, can I make a motion, please? Because I don't think we're going to solve this. Just.
We had last year and the year before, we had a choral group that we waived all the fees for them in order to do that. And they didn't have a darn thing to do with this village.
Something just came to me. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Something just came. Didn't we have Senator? I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. I just want to forget my thought.
I think the most recent one was 2017. The most recent advisory, and to be clear, there were advisory opinions from the Department of State. There were other local governments asking the Department of State, hey, can we do this? Should we do this? Would we be in violation of 106, 113? And the distinction is, is this purely informational or are campaign-related issues going to be discussed? And if there's going to be a Q&A, that's kind of the tiebreaker for me with my legal opinion. Right, right.
Okay. Question is this, Madam Mayor, before I forget my thought. We had Senator, and I apologize if I say his name wrong, Pizzo, did a town hall meeting here, and we waived the fee. I don't see the difference. They had questions.
He wasn't campaigning.
At that meeting too. What?
He wasn't campaigning. It was just informational, and it wasn't during an election.
I guarantee you he was campaigning.
Well,
I guarantee
listen,
you he was campaigning.
I mean,
yes, I was at the meeting, yes, and he was campaigning. So let me just move. Okay. Madam Mayor, can I make my motion, please? I'd like to make a motion that we allow this group, and Linda Dillon and her group, to hold this question and answer at the at the rec center, and we waive the fees.
For the meet and greet?
For the meet and greet, yes. Quick question and answer, meet and greet, whatever you want to call it. Okay, Q&A, for the Q&A. We waive the fees for the Q&A.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Aye. Yes.
I'm sorry, Mayor, read the... Okay. Resolution number 2019-24, a resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, approving the landscape and maintenance memorandum of agreement between the Village of Biscayne Park and the City of North Miami for the medians located along Northeast 121st Street from Griffin Boulevard to 10th Avenue, providing for an effective date.
Responsibilities for 121st Street started and stopped, and the same with North Miami. As a result, not a whole lot got done on that. So when David came in, I asked him to speak with them to come up with an acceptable resolution that would work for the village and for North Miami. And that end, I'll let David.
Yeah. Again, David Hernandez, Public Works. A little bit of background. When I came in early, probably in December, I think about a month later, I received a phone call from the manager who asked me to reach out to some residents in on 121st Street. The resident was Kurt. I don't have his last name, but anyway, and there was a couple of conversations, and he had told me that
he's been trying to do something on 121st Street by doing some type of tree planting and this. But he was shot down by Parks and Parkways. Please don't interrupt. He was shot down by Parks and Parkways in starting somewhere in between May, April. So I went back to some of those minutes of the meetings that they had, and apparently nothing really got done. So the manager asked me, they just don't want to do anything on 121st Street. So there was a couple of emails that I got back and forth, and I realized that the only way to do something was I needed to meet with North Miami. I concurred with the manager, and the manager asked me, since you have a good relationship with the current city manager over there, Larry Springs, see if you could reach out to him. I said, listen, that's going to be, it's simple. So I went out and I reached out to him. Apparently, during those conversations, it was apparent that, obviously, 121st Street is a street that's divided by both sides. One that owns, North Miami owns one side and we own the other side. And apparently, we had some discussions. He told me, David, the biggest problem is that my public works director is having issues about what we're going to do, what we're not going to do, what we're going to plant, what we're not going to maintain, and what we can maintain. So I said, the only way we could do this is to try to find a mutual agreement that we could both live. The way we both saw it, North Miami and myself, I was the one that took the initiative to try to get this agreement completed. There's been some conversations here, apparently, that they're not happy. When I did meet with them, it was apparent that we wanted, the residents at 121st Street had issues with cars going through the median. So they wanted to put some type of buffer. They wanted to add some type of landscaping. But apparently, when the whole conversation came about, it was directed to talk to Parks and Parkways, and it never went through. They never really acted upon it. The only thing that they came back was they created some type of sketch, which I went to North Miami, and they said, this doesn't work. This is just a little sketch of planting a few trees. We want a good agreement. Subsequently, as time went by, I decided that the best way to do this is simple. The cost is, to me, more important than the liability is more important. As the conversation I had with the manager, I came back, the manager said, David, we have Australian pines. We have 13, 14 Australian pines. We've had a storm like Irma. I just don't want to go through that again. And I said, I agree. So the thought process was, let North Miami pick up everything that's up, for instance, 8 feet and higher, that they're going to be responsible because we don't have the manpower or the machinery. Subsequently, I went back to Parks and Parkways, and I explained to them in early March that I was working with North Miami, which they understood what I was trying to undertake. I'm trying to get an agreement for both sides to maintain. There was conversation that I was going to move forward in this agreement. The whole thought was that when I went back with the agreement, I realized that this is a weird, difficult location. This is a street that is divided in half. I wanted to go to my neighbor, and I said to myself, okay, if we share this and we have a shared responsibility, who's going to do what? The way I see it is, this is a big bed. Somebody has to make the bed. Who's going to make the bed? Who's going to be responsible? The bottom line, I can't make half a bed. So we both agreed that they would do the top and we'll do the bottom. I have pictures to show you that that's what, these are the typical issue that you have between 8th Avenue and 6th Avenue. When we put those recently, or prior to me, we put those stakes. North Miami didn't want that. North Miami said, look, we don't want to allow you to put that because, you know, it doesn't look good. We don't like it. But I stressed to them, I said, we need to put deterrents. And because we don't have money to plant a bunch of trees down in Northwest 21st Street. We decided, let's do something. I'll do the maintenance on the bottom. You'll do the maintenance on the top. Subsequently, they did go to, I decided, with the manager's conversation, let them go to commission first. Let them approve our discussion. And then once they approved, which they did, this agreement in August, we were to bring it now up. See that next picture. That tree is dead. There's a lot of trees like that. I'm not responsible in this agreement to remove that tree. They are. An Australian pine, the average cost for an Australian pine to remove is $4,000 to $5,000, maybe more. To me, it's a no-brainer, this agreement. We're only going to do the bottom. We're going to cut and take care of the bottom side, vision clearance, try to avoid some liability. But at the same time, I've gotten so many calls from Northwest 121st Street to do 121st Street, Northeast, that the whole community. I also had conversations with Harvey Bill. Harvey Bill was one of the ones that told me, David, get it done. They're never going to get anything done if you keep sitting around and waiting. I took the initiative. I take full responsibility and taking the initiative, going to North Miami, pushing this agreement and trying to get this thing completed so when we go out there 3 years from now, we know what we're responsible and what they're going to be responsible for. Now, if this agreement doesn't work, it clearly states that, you know what, it'll be terminated. So I believe we need to give this a chance. Try to make it work.
I agree 100% with David on this. He has worked hard on this. We had the attorneys review it. I know that there is a little bit of concern from Rebecca, I believe. You want to express that?
So Julia was dealing with the City of North Miami's attorney over the summer on this. She was pointing on that. A version went before the North Miami Commission on August 27th at the end of August. Our meeting was 7 days after that, for September. It was on the October Commission meeting agenda. It was pulled. November, we didn't have a quorum. So now we're in December talking about something from August, from the end of August. That explains the timeline because there was a comment about that. I think I expressed this in a prior meeting. This is not perfect. That being said, I've discussed it with David. I've discussed it with the village manager. They think it works for the village, and because the termination clause allows either party to cancel it if it's not working out with 30 days notice, you can get out of it if it's not working out. Not ideal, but I'm not in the weeds with dealing with the median issues and the maintenance issues. That's a public works director and the village manager, and they're saying that the logistics of this agreement is good for the village, so I'll let them speak to that. This is not ideal. Julia pushed for certain things that North Miami rejected. It is what it is. This is what their commission approved, and this is what they're willing to do to be in a joint agreement with the village. 30 days notice.
I feel 100% comfortable. And the matter, and I've discussed it, and I think that if we don't do something, if we don't agree, you're not going to have good maintenance. It's just not going to happen.
Well, and that's a overarching consideration in dealing with North Miami on this. This is right. That's why.
or you don't check?
I understand the stuff, the concerns of all the residents of City Green. I already got the same way last time, so then,
Yeah, it's not an ideal contract. I completely understand why the City of North Miami Commission approved it.
Yes, so do I.
But the things that kind of stick out to me, whenever we go through, a legal document, you always want to have definition of terms. And what I have an issue with is under Section 2, Village Responsibilities.
It's the first page of
Yeah, very first
the
page.
agreement.
Under 2, Village Responsibilities, in that first paragraph, it talks about the village shall be responsible for maintaining landscaping that it installs in accordance with all applicable city guidelines. And if you look elsewhere in the document, there's what's the city guidelines. The other issue I have is when you go under 2 to subsection C, it talks about falling in blah, 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 that fall below the city standards. And once again, what are the city standards? My concern with those two things is that without having a clear definition of what city guidelines and the city standards are, I don't want to paint us into a costly situation. The other issue I have is in Section 3, City Maintenance Responsibilities. It talks about under A about tree removal, and I just want to make sure that is this all encompassing? Does this include any type of wind event that topples a tree that the City of North Miami will?
Yes.
Okay. And then number 4, under 4, Section 4, maintenance deficiencies. This is probably the one that I have the biggest concern about. It's not reciprocal. Everything is about if the village doesn't meet city guidelines, city standards, this, that, the other, then we'll get a 30-day notice, then they'll go do the work, then we'll get an invoice. But my concern is, having been a neighbor of North Miami for years, what happens when they don't maintain the trees? When you have a situation of a dead tree that they should be removing, they don't remove, and something occurs with that tree, there's nothing here. There's if we see a danger, the fact that there's no reciprocal language there, like I said, I understand why the commission voted for this, because it does favor them extensively. The other concern I have, when it comes to agreements with North Miami, we've been working on a water agreement with North Miami. I think former Mayor Coviella brought it up in March of 2016. Before then, and then March 2016, and then John Hearn, our Attorney Hearn, was speaking to them back in February 2018, and that's gone nowhere. So I don't know. Yeah. I'm just concerned that this is a smaller agreement in scope. It's a smaller agreement. I don't know if this is what they're presenting to us now. I don't know if any agreements going forward are really going to be any more favorable to the village. I would have liked to have seen this being basically an olive branch from the city of North Miami. I would have liked to have at least seen it fair to both sides. And that's my big concern with this. I mean, it's nice that, the only saving grace is the fact that there is a termination clause in here that either party upon 30 days advance notice. But I just have some real concerns with the language that the city is imposing on us, because they're now forcing, at least for myself as a commissioner, they're forcing me to accept an agreement that
Exactly. That's
I do not feel comfortable looking at residents in the park and saying, yeah, this is going to work for you. So, I mean, Yeah, I just, those are my big concerns with this whole agreement. It's just the smallest things that could have been changed in there that would have made this an open and shut matter.
There were a lot of things that were changed from the original to this.
No, that scares me.
That scares me. Yes, that already scares me.
Like Rebecca said, Julia Mandel and their attorney from North Miami sat down. There was a lot of draft going back and forth. And sometimes, you try to get as much as you can. But I think that the way I'm looking at it is, you get a bad storm again, you're going to have more cost and more liability than you could imagine. Thank God that nothing happened in the last storm, a lot of these trees. But we had a lot of Australian pines that fell. So, it's... Anywhere between 5 trimming is expensive. In fact, my budget when I came in, it was $20,000. I ended up taking some money to get a boom. Tree trimming is expensive. Stump removal, $500 to $600 each tree. So we're clear. You guys might reject it, and I respect that. But one tree that fell over here at the park, I'm trying to get some Australian pines removed on 63. If it happens, it's okay. If you guys are not happy with it, to me, I see it more as I'm trying to save the city money and try to avoid some liability. That's incorrect. Okay, excuse me. Okay.
Is it uprooted? Is it completely uprooted? I mean, I don't know how. I don't have the rapport with North Miami that Public Works Director does, but they could be a stickler and be hyper technical. Now, after a hurricane, are they going to be going around nickel and diming cleanup? I don't know. I can't speak to that because I haven't dealt with North Miami after a hurricane. I mean, there's nothing stopping us from trying.
Go back to the negotiation table and work with them.
Yeah, I would like that to be the case. If it wasn't for the termination clause, I would be advising you not to enter into this at all. It's not ideal. It's not what we tried to get North Miami to agree to. I think there was some wielding of, I don't know the right word, but some weight was being thrown around, and I think the commission should consider throwing some weight back.
One concern I have about this contract, it's a small contract. This is something that should be very balanced by the commission. This is just my opinion. As a commissioner, if I approve this, I'm pretty much rolling my back and showing my belly to the North Miami. And when it comes up to an important contract,
right?
No. I mean, I mean, I'm just thinking about the long-term implications of basically. There's so many colorful terms I would want to use, but it's a public meeting. No, and I. Okay.
Well, with all due respect, if the commission wants me, if they do not want to pass this, which is fine, and direct the manager to direct me to go back and try to work out something with the help of the city attorney, I'll be fine to do that. It's just I'll see what we could do and keep negotiating. I mean,
Whose item is this? Are you comfortable with it? Okay, then you can do that.
Thank you. About time. First off, I want to say to David, you're sincere on this, and I believe, as I told you in the budget when we talked about the budget, how I thought about the 20,000 and stuff. It has nothing to do with you personally. It's if you're not here tomorrow, with all due respect, and people are not going to like me, I don't trust North Miami on this because of the other stuff that we've been trying with the water thing, and we haven't done it yet. And the fact that they brought this in front of their commission, they got approved. They didn't negotiate it with you, but we didn't get. It just seems to be one-sided. And since the mayor brought that up, I would agree with that. That let's not vote it down. Let's go back and say, we're not happy with this. Let's come back. I mean, you guys determine how it's said. I'm just giving you my opinion. We're not happy with this. Let's renegotiate it. And if they say no, then we come back, bring it back, and we decide to. It's just too expensive. It's one-sided. The commission didn't get to decide on any of this. It's basically North Miami telling us, this is what you got to do. If you don't do it, we're going to terminate it within 30 days. That's what it is, because it says right there, it can be terminated in 30 days. They can decide if they don't like what we're doing, we don't go by what they're saying, they can terminate it. That's not fair.
so if I hear you clear, you want us to go back and try to get a better agreement?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
I'll second it. I'll second that. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. And again, thank you for your efforts on that, because I believe you.
Okay, so the next item that we have is discussion on suspending the current review board.
Oh, yes.
And then followed by that, we have one other one, which is the,
Did we do, excuse me, I'm sorry. I thought the attorney had the donation of the vehicle. That was moved to 12A. Oh, she took it out. She put it out.
Yeah, that.
Okay. I just want to be sure we didn't miss anything. Okay. For the, okay, the one is have a discussion and read it for the charter review. Yeah, and then I'll bring it back for the next commission meeting. Okay, so I just think that to be fair to the other two commissioners, that we should be able to. There is no rush to have this done. If I remember carefully, when we did this charter review board, it was not to replace the whole charter. There was about 3 or 4 issues, at least that I brought up, that I wanted to be more clarified. One is cancellation of meetings. If we have discipline in either commission, we didn't have that, or removing commissioners for removing them from there. It was just about 3 or 4, but it seems to be the first 2 items that this, and again, I thought the attorney was going to come back with a report today, the send a meeting and message to the group for the, I remember that you were gonna come back in December with a brief on what happened so far with the charter review.
Yes, that would go to the chair and the board member.
you're
That's for
talking
them.
about not to the commission.
Right. Their work product doesn't come before the commission until they finalize and vote on it. Right now, they're just doing discussions and combing through the charter. That being said, it's going to be posted online. I can ask the clerk to forward it to the commissioners so they're kept in the loop, but it's going out tomorrow anyway.
I just look at it, there really isn't any rush. There is no rush to get this done. It can wait until 2022. I mean, it really isn't, any rush to do this. I think it's unfair to two commissioners, whoever they are, out of the three that come on. They might decide that they might want to keep the same people. They're happy with it. And this is not meant towards anybody that's on the board right now. This is not criticizing the two. This is just that they were selected by each commissioner. So if the two commissioners that are no longer here, the new two commissioners should be able to choose it. I can see that it's not going to go anywhere, so it's not going to be for a vote, but I'm going to bring agenda item.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Samara, point of clarification. You're referring to not my memo to the board. You're talking about the board's quarterly report to the commission, their report to you guys.
I didn't know you were talking about the charter review.
Right. But just to clarify, the Charter Review Advisory Board is providing the commission a quarterly report this month. Yeah, probably after tomorrow, after Thursday when we meet.
I have just with the first two, I've gone to every single meeting, and I will continue to go to every single meeting, not giving my opinion. I'm there as a commissioner just to watch. I did comment afterwards because they asked me about it. And it's, the first two items is items that I don't believe this commission led them to go through it. It seems like they're going through the whole charter, and we're not here to no, but that's the Charter Review Board was not to replace the whole charter or update it was up to date certain things in the charter.
Well, let's go back and clarify what the procedure is for amending the charter, because I think there's some confusion about that. The Charter Review Advisory Board reviews the charter in its entirety for potential areas of amendment. They provide their final report to the commission. The commission considers that report, and if any of the recommendations are well taken, the commission, by ordinance, which means discussion, first read, second read, would vote for those recommended amendments to be put on a ballot for November for the residents and the electors of Biscayne Park to vote as to whether the charter should be changed. There's a lot of steps between them meeting and discussing the charter at a roundtable, which is what the meetings are right now, to the electors of Biscayne Park formally voting to change the charter. So they don't really have any power. They're an advisory committee, and they check in with the commission with their recommendations. At that time, the commission can vote to say, we don't need to change all this. No, we're not going to do an ordinance on this. None of this is making the ballot. And if the commission says, yeah, some of this should make the ballot, and it makes the ballot, the power still and always sits with the residents to vote it down. That's the process. It's a long road. That being said, it's because the Charter Review Advisory Committee was assembled in October. They really don't have that much time since they only meet once a month. So they're going through the charter. They're not recommending amendments to every section, and it's a roundtable discussion, and there's disagreement, and that's kind of what's happening right now.
Their person at that meeting said, this board decides what the change of the charter is. No, it's not. This commission decides.
No, you don't. The electors decide.
Compared to the board itself, There's no representative here. There's someone sitting here, sitting here.
He's a member of the board.
Yeah, right. But he was at the meetings.
He was at the meetings.
Mhm.
Yes, he was.
So the issue I have is the board is and so we're discussing something, and I don't know what it's here.
Okay. Even the stuff that 3 commissioners, not Mr. Williams, Mr. Commissioner Tudors was separate. 2 of the commissioners, the items are the same items. The same items. And I find that very strange. I'm not trying to remove this board. I just think 1 month is not going to make a difference to where the people that are coming in have the opportunity to pick, because no, what? See, now that you say that, that's not what it says. No, it's not. No, Can I speak now? Okay, thank you. This board was appointed by commissioners. The commissioners are based, these people are based upon, because they got the information from what each of the commissioners done. I have no problem with this board. These people that are on this board, by the time it gets, okay, what is their first report going to be based upon? It's going to be based upon in this month, right?
Right.
It's only going to have 2 items. Okay. What happens if the commissioners that are coming on right now don't like what their appointees, because it is their appointees. These are not people that have just been picked. These are people that have been picked by commissioners. That's their appointees. Just like when Commissioner Roxy resigned, she was my person that I picked. I had a right to pick whoever I wanted to represent me on that board. Dan Keys, which was an alternate, he's the one that I wanted for the alternate that I fought very hard, so he's my person. If I didn't want Dan Keys, I would have the right to choose Linda Diller to be on the board, because that's my appointee. That's the same thing. They have the 2 commissioners that are coming up are going to be having a right. Now, if this commission decides to say, let's extend it for 2 more members, I'll jump on board with that 100%. If you want to extend it from 7 to 9, let's do that. And give the 2 commissioners that are coming.
I just have a question, because I think that the topic has shifted, and I just want to make sure I understand what your action item is. You're proposing that you cancel a board meeting, even though there will be a quorum per your code, because you don't want the board to meet.
I'll rephrase. Let's have it to where this commission can extend 2 members on. They don't have to be at this meeting, but they can be at the next meeting. It's not even to talk about, okay, I don't want to suspend it, but let's change my discussion. My discussion is now that in January, when the 2 new commissioners come on, that they are allowed to appoint 2 more. So instead of being 7, it'll be 9. Well, okay.
To make the ballot? village clerk? Was it June, July?
July 1st to go on the ballot. So going back, you have two hearings of two
Unless
ordinance?
you call special meetings about the ordinance. If you're strictly going off of your regular
But that doesn't mean
meeting
they ha-
schedule, you would have to be, the report would be due to you in March.
But that doesn't mean they have to meet once a month. They can extend their meet 2-3 times a month. That's what the other charter review board did. They established that it's once a month that they wanted to meet. They can. Okay, thank you. Right. Okay.
I have a follow-up since the discussion has shifted to number of members on the. I just want to make sure that that's what we're talking about now.
I'm trying to come up with an option.
So,
May I say?
okay, so your code right now says that the Charter Review Advisory Board is comprised of 7 people. You can't amend your code without an ordinance. So, I mean, changing the composition of the Charter Review Advisory Board, by the time you would complete that process, by codifying the change, the issue would be moot.
Okay, that's just forget it. This commission doesn't seem to want to have a discussion. I'll forget the item. Just wipe it off.
Can I talk on the issue now? Okay, now that everybody's done. The joys of sitting in the middle sometimes. I don't have the same concern that my fellow commissioner has about the Charter Review Advisory Board, primarily because this board will not be putting anything on the ballot. It's going to come before this commission. This is a board who is out there, who has volunteered time, who are out there meeting with residents, talking and getting input, and they're going to come back with a list of recommendations to the commission. We can take one, we can take none. Would anything preclude us from, if the commission says, well, we think this should be included on the ballot?
No. This is, the purpose of the Charter Review Advisory Board is to do some of the legwork for the commission by meeting with the residents and compiling that so that when you get it, it's distilled into a report. So no.
And that's what I figured was the case. So changing the amount of board members, removing 2 board members, and putting 2 new board members on whoever gets elected. Ultimately, it's going to be this commission that has a discussion, that passes 2 ordinances to put whatever measures on the ballot, if any.
This commission here? No, it's going to be the 2 new members.
The commission.
Okay.
When it comes to us and before we put it on June or July, whoever's on this commission will look at what the Charter Review Advisory Board has presented to us, what their recommendations
And
are.
suppose we come back and they say...
Please let me talk.
Go ahead.
Please. We will go ahead, take a look at the recommendation. 5 commissioners will determine if they will accept some, none, or all. We may add our own items, have a discussion. We may want to add additional items on there that the Charter Review Advisory Board, in our opinion, some people's opinion, may have overlooked. At that point, it'll go before voters, and voters can vote on that. I don't see that there is a need to change anything with the Charter Review Advisory Board at this time.
Did you? Okay.
For the record, please judge it as you do, and I agree with
It is funny that the two items that they talked about, were your items to give you more power as mayor. No, you don't need to exit. I already told you I'm dropping it. I already told you I dropped it. Okay. So. It's not the power. The people, these residents, these couple of the residents don't even understand the village on how it works. They're taught one of the items they had was the mayor, to make the mayor separate from the rest of the commission. So if a mayor got, there's 3 people running, the mayor got 500 votes, the second person got 400 votes, the third person got 300 votes, and then when a commission is run, the one that got 200 votes, that commission will be in, and the one that finished second and third are out. That doesn't make sense. Okay, but anyway, let's see.
I would just ask my colleagues up here and anybody who's going to win the election and come up here and serve on the dais with us, let's just wait, give the Charter Review Advisory Board an opportunity to present to us what the recommendations are. We will have an opportunity to debate them at that time and vote up or down on them and decide. I mean, we're going to have 2 ordinances. We'll have an opportunity we'll be debating this thing. I'm sure we'll be going past 11 o'clock at night on both of those occasions. But that's fine. I mean, if this is the process that we have before us, the Charter Review Advisory Board. Yes. 8F.
Well, I want you to explain to me what one of the residents brought it up, and I would like to know more about what that is about. It's very simple.
It's already in place. It has been in place for a number of years. They've asked for the annual renewal, and it's for the community. It provides the authority to the state attorney across the street. The state attorney's office has the statutory authority to handle appeals related to constitutionality of more ordinances, and this gives them that authority. It also bills us at the prescribed rate of $50 per hour. Their estimate on that, on average, for the case of that union per case, we charge at a rate of 16.67 cents per hour or per case. So this just gives them that authority. We've had it in place for a number of years now. We've not seen any extensive cost to it. So we're just renewing the agreement is currently in place.
I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 2019-33. Aye.
Commission comments?
I have attorney updates. First, I need to publicly request an executive session with the commission. We are now in litigation, and I need to coordinate an executive session as soon as possible, like this month. I'm just pulling up my calendar. Yes, that's this Thursday. I could arrive early. We could. This will not take long. It's just preliminary. There's filings due this month, and it's just so the commission is aware. Yeah. I can do 5. Yeah, same. So we can do 5. I think it would be over by 5:30. If we do 5:30, I think it would be over by 6 at the latest. That's if you had questions for me. My presentation is going to take 5.
5:30 on Thursday would work for me, yeah. Thursday, 5:30.
Thank you. Yes, I have 2 other items. Okay. I have an update on the FEMA appeals. If you recall, in past meetings, I advised that the U.S. Code requires that FEMA either approve or request information within a certain amount of time after the appeal is forwarded by the state of Florida. That deadline came and went, but they have presented a request for information in mid-November. We've responded to most of it. A lot of it's, this load ticket number, it's not legible. Can we get a confirmation as to what the number is? Is there like a master log for all monitor ID numbers for the monitor employees? Yes, we provided that. So we've been turning things over, and I anticipate that they will have everything they requested by the end of this month. We were talking about earlier today. The chart's almost complete. So that's good, because before they hadn't gotten back to us at all, and now we know what they're looking for, and we've been clarifying it. That's the update on the FEMA appeals. Yes.
I learned a lot listening to it, and I wasn't going to go to that, but I decided to show up, and I learned a lot in reference to the theme, some of the stuff that I did not know. So yes, it was very good.
And then lastly, at the October meeting, the commission requested a legal memo from me regarding the mayoral removal item. It's not before the commission today, and I would recommend that no one discuss it because it's not an action item that's been noticed for today, but just an update. I have provided it to the commission. It is uploaded to the village website if anyone wants to read it. I'm just checking in with that because that was a task that was assigned to me. And for the reasons set forth in my memo, it's my recommendation not to proceed with that item. If any of the commissioners have any questions after reading it, feel free to contact me.
Just to let the record show that it would have been on the agenda today, except I just felt that I wanted to have a full commission. I didn't want my agenda item to be discussed in reference to 3 people, so it will be put back either in the January or the February meeting. Yeah, I got one. Just manager. Okay, this one is a presentation, since I didn't get it on and had it the last meeting. I just wanted to give an update on the tree funding that we did at the Anyway, this is one of the events that we had recently, and we did the tree. Most of the time when I do it for my company, I just make out the donation and give it to the foundation. But since there was participation from the residents, and I mean it was a major participation from the residents, I just wanted to give an update officially on what we did. We collected $720 total. $350 came from my company, Because Pest Control. We sold about $170 worth of food, and this is the amazing part. We had over $200 from donations from the residents. That was really good. I asked the foundation, I made a commitment to the board that it was going to be $1,000. That was my goal. We fell a little short, so I asked the foundation if he can open it up for a couple weeks, because there was still more people that wanted to give donations, if he can open it up for a couple weeks more, and if we don't meet that $1,000, which is like about $280 short, that my company would give the rest, because my commitment was $1,000 to donate to the foundation for the tree thing, but I also wanted the residents to participate. I already gave the check, it's already been cashed, but I just wanted to officially update the residents and thank all the residents that participate. And if you still want to donate, make out the check to the foundation, put on it the tree funding, and they're still opening for looking for donations. Again, I want to thank all the residents that participated and the commission for allowing me the opportunity to do this. Thank you.
Just real quick, I want to tell the 3 candidates who are running for office, thank you for putting in your names and deciding to get involved in the madness. I look forward to working with 2 of y'all, and I guess I'll still look forward to working with my other 2 up here.
Planning and Zoning Board on Monday, December 2019, 6:30 p.m. Charter Review Advisory Board, December 5th, 2019, 6:30 p.m. at Edberg Recreation Center, just to remind. Biscayne Park Foundation, Tuesday, December 10th, 2019, 7 p.m. Public Art Advisory Board, Thursday, December 12th, was canceled. Planning and Zoning Advisory Board, Monday, December 17, 2019, 6:30 p.m. Public Safety Advisory Board, Wednesday, December 18, 2019, 6 p.m. Parks and Parkway Advisory Board, Thursday, December 20th, was canceled. And the next regular commission meeting will be on Tuesday, January 14, now rescheduled, 7 p.m. And all village departments will be closed on Wednesday, December 25th, 2019, Christmas Day. And all village departments will be closed also on Wednesday, January 1st, 2020, New Year's Day. Absolutely, yes. The Winterfest is December 14 from 11 to 2 p.m. Manager? Yes, yes. I'm sorry.
I have a point of clarification just before you adjourn. The executive session, can we please disclose the location on the record? Will it be in Village Hall? Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. That's it.
Okay.
Motion to adjourn.
Aye.